morning and welcome to the National Cricket Stadium here in St. George's, Grenada, where the West Indies under-19, they're coming up against England under-19. The news is that the West Indies won the toss and they've done so for the first time in the tournament, and they've decided to field. So they've won the toss and decided to field. Today promises to be a very good day indeed, in contrast to our previous match where we had about 4 interruptions. The weather forecast seemed to suggest that it's going to be in contrast. We should have pretty good weather here. Yesterday there was start and stop in terms of the weather. We had a bit of showers here and there, but by and large today seems to be a very good day. The sun is out. The outfield looks very good indeed. The ground staff, they've done a fantastic job in getting this venue prepared for what would be a 7-match series. In fact, all the matches will be taking place here at the National Stadium. Good morning to Raphael Crony.
Yeah, good morning, Stevenson. And let me say a pleasant morning and probably evening to where you are following this broadcast here this morning. And as you said, beautiful day. One expect that we will have a day with no interruption. You know, as we see the field in such good condition. As you said, all credit to the ground staff who would have done a tremendous job.
Did a great job indeed. Umpires Brathwaite and Cyrus today Brian today will be officiating in this game. And with the West Indies 2 up, they would want to make this a third, but of course England would want to make a comeback and maybe put points for the first time in the series.
Yeah, and that is what's going to make this game a very interesting game. I don't think England would want to allow West Indies to go 3 up, but they will be coming out and certainly looking to make a difference in terms of trying to get on top in this particular game. They are batting first for the 3rd time in the tournament, and they would be really hoping for a good start, put a good total on the board. That would create a sort of problem for the West Indies team. But suffice to say that the 2 games that played before have been very competitive. We can be clear of that coming down to the end. And we are hoping that today would be the same thing in terms of the game being very competitive. And we're looking forward to what should be an exciting game today.
Yes, and as you did say, we hope that we get good weather. The previous match went into almost dusk. It was rather dull and grey, but today it should be contrasting. So just in case you've just joined us, the news is that the West Indies, they have won the toss and that they have decided to field. So England will be taking first strike.
So again, we are using the same pitch, and having a look at it this morning, it looks in pretty good condition. I think both teams are seemingly pretty happy continuing to play on that pitch. And it speaks to the quality of the pitch that has been prepared. The fact that you can have 3 games on it and it still looks in good condition.
So here's the first ball as Pollard moves in. He, of course, Pollard, Javier Pollard, left arm seamer. And only 17, so he's a pretty young man and quite a lot on his shoulder, and I thought that he's done pretty well so far.
Yeah, has shown some aggression in the 2 games that you would have played. You know, I also have shown the ability to move the ball both ways, and one expects, despite the first opening game he had.
He's there to Dawkins. Ball down the leg side. It just seemed to steam away after pitching. Umpire Greg Brathwaite extending both arms. And like a bird that is getting ready for flight, confirming the first run of the day. So England won without loss, starting with an extra. That was on about just outside the leg stump and just kept going further away.
Yeah, you can see him just pulling the arm down a bit there, and the ball's slanting down the leg side. Just need to be a bit straighter and push it forward outside the off stump.
Brings the batsman forward. Stylish forward defensive shot there by Dawkins. So Pollard, who last year had good figures against Sri Lanka, did pretty well. So he is in this tournament, picked up 2 for 20 and 2 for 27 in the 2 matches played so far. And against Sri Lanka, had 1 for 26 at North Song in Antigua. He moves in, just leans forward and straightens his approach. Just outside the off stump. And you can see Dawkins just pulling the bottom hand away and allowing it to go by him. It's going to be very important for England to get off to a good start here, we feel.
Yeah, most important. Remember the previous game, Pollard would have picked up the wicket of Dawkins very early with good delivery that pitch somewhere around middle stump and hit the off stump. I think Dawkins would be conscious of that in terms of him being able to move the ball away from the right-hander. And you would have seen the last 2 deliveries just moving away outside the off stump.
This one, he comes forward and drives well. That's a fine shot. That's a really good shot. And pull back just inside. They will come back for what would be the second run. Didn't look to hit that too hard, but just came forward. And you can see the cocked elbow. Drove it down the ground and drove it straight back past the bowler. Got to. Nice way to start his innings. Getting the feel in the middle of the bat and rushing back past the bowler.
Yeah, well played. It's just pushing that ball. And what has been really good there is that Pollard began to bring the ball up, and probably could have been in his mind in terms of what happened in the first inning. So you'll want to maintain, just bring it up a bit. And you can see at Dawkins' play that he was sort of cautious and just pushed it back past bowler for 2.
And I like what I see with Pollard. In fact, he was driven with the previous delivery. This one, he pulled the leg back and got it to move across the right-hander, who I thought in the end played it well, just sort of pulling out of the line. The variation is so very important. And this is a final delivery coming up in this first over, let alone outside the off stump. Francis collects behind the stump. So that's the end of the first over. Pretty good over, 3 without loss.
Yeah, we would have seen Pollard in his first over being able to extract quite a bit of bounce off the wicket. But what will be important is the length. We spoke quite a lot about the length that the bowlers bowled in that previous game, and that would have made a difference. I think they will want to focus on the length of the bowl, and probably just a little overcast, no threat of rain, but the condition would encourage that sort of bowling. So it's important to continue to keep the ball up to the bat. And this is where you begin to see success as the ball is kept up to the bat.
Yeah, it's so very important to maintain good line and length. So here is the second over of the match. Mohammed, as we said earlier on, it's important that they get off to a good start. It's so very important.
What you would have seen in the previous 2 games is really the strength of the middle order in the West Indies batting.
Short delivery onto the back foot. He goes and pushes the ball out on the offside, just a short extra cover. Yeah, they West Indies got good batting right down to the bottom half of the innings, and that's so important. So when your top order don't necessarily do well, then you can have your bottom half. These opening overs are going to be important for both teams to establish supremacy. And the West Indies would want to make this, they would want to be as frugal as possible. And the English opening pair would have different opinion. They would want to get off to a good start, even if it's not a rousing start, but they've got to be steady. There's Gittins outside the off stump. Wide signal by the umpire in a rather flamboyant manner is umpire Bryant. Everybody's got their own style, Raphael, as to their signals. He's got a bit of flair to his.
Yeah, I think everybody have the unique style. You look at him signal the fours, and it's really different from what we normally see. Is
so
just a bit of correction. Adrian Rashad, and that is his actually first game. He is one that is coming in from the northern end, and really has been hitting a good length, just keeping it very, very tight.
So it's 5 without loss. Just a steady start. It's still early days, of course. There's Rasha from the far end. Down the leg side. Just straying. That would be the second wide, I make it, of his over. Confirmed by the umpire. You would just be advised, Riffle, here to be steady. Make sure that he pitches right, get his line and length correct. At this point, he doesn't seem to have his line right. Turned up on the outside. So it's so important early in your bowling performance to get the radar right. And if you don't get it right, you've got to see how quickly you can redeem yourself. Because if in the power play, the opening pair really get their eye in and you're not consistent and steady, they could be off to a galloping start. Rasha brings him forward. Good delivery. And ends in a very economic way. 2 overs gone, 6 without loss.
Yeah, not a bad over by Rasha. Is force over. You see that he's really running in really quickly, looking to extract as much pace as possible. Despite the 2 wide that he would have bowled, he has been able to get the ball to really lift of pretty good length. But as you said, I think what is important is that you look to pick your line first up. Make sure you get a good length and line. Then you begin to generate pace. Maybe as you start your second over into your third over, you really should be at top pace. But you will want to make sure that your line is right, your rhythm, you understand what is happening on the pitch, and then you generate pace as you go into your second and third over.
Yeah, and it's important for him. This is his final year at the youth level, so he'd want to stamp some measure of authority here. He'd want to do very well. But here is Pollard. Moves into Mohammed. Good delivery. Brings him forward. What do you think about the prospect of Pollard in terms of his giftedness, talent, and how far can this young man reach, well, especially as a left-arm seamer?
Yeah, he do has a lot going for him, and as you know, left-arm seamers are not very. They are sort of scarce. You don't see much of them with, particularly the sort of pace that he demonstrates. So I think he have a lot going for him in terms of the ability to move the ball both ways, and also the pace that he tend to extract off the wicket.
Driving outside the off stump. Ball pitched up. The intent is good. And I like what I see about him because his variation is what's impressive, not necessarily his speed. That's going to develop. You know, you're a teenager. You don't get to your fastest until maybe age 24. We're told that's when the body mechanics and all of that is developing better and further. But when you're in your teens, at 17, 18, you're not all that strong. Yeah, what I like about him is the fact that at times he brings the ball up, inducing the batsman for the drive, and the next delivery will not be one that is pitched up. He's just going to pull that length back a little bit, have the batsman guessing, and to me that's a thinking cricketer.
Yeah, what is good about him, as you rightly said, when he seemed to bring the ball up, he creates a lot of doubts in the batsman's mind. And you could see the sort of unsurety, the fact that he's getting the ball to move both ways, not very sure. So there's a sort of tentativeness when the ball is right up.
Oh, there is an appeal for leg before. Greg Brathwaite saying no, maybe that's just drifting down the leg side, but they went up in unanimous appeal. And the umpire's constant as the Northern Star. That might have been going over the top of the stump because you can see him jumping into defense. Your thoughts, Rayfield?
Yeah, we speak about the movements, and there it was. That ball really cut back sharply. They almost cut the batsman in half and would have probably get over maybe middle and leg. But again, when he brings that ball up, the sort of movement that he's getting creates a lot of doubt on surety in the batsman. I know that they are very conscious of what he can do when the ball is up to the bat.
Here's Mohammed making a few exploratory steps down, maybe just trying to curtail whatever swing there might be attached, and just to throw the bowler off. That's important. As a batsman, you've got to do those things, but it calls for a level of skill and a level of confidence too. When one thing is not working, it's important maybe to go to a plan B. And I think that was a good move there by Mohammed, just to advance down the pitch. Good bowling here. Just pull that one back in length. So this has been a fine over and a maiden over on the part of Jakeem Pollard. And he has completed 2 1 over 3 run.
Yeah, good over. Good over by Pollard, his second over. And certainly he's now seemingly generating a little bit more pace. Seem to be able to hit the right length, the right line. And both players are very watchful against him. And I think he's just about getting into his own. And has completed a first maiden over.
So here's Rasha with his second over. Moves in. Comes forward and just pushes the ball out on the offside to extra cover. So Rasha from Trinidad and Tobago. And low order batsman, but known predominantly as an opening medium fast bowler. He's not tear away fast, just about medium pace. Turned up through mid wicket. Now the runs here they will come back for the second. Yeah, they get that quite comfortably. Just got onto the front foot and didn't look to hit it too hard, but used the wrist tied on it and turned it out to mid wicket and got 2. Well played.
Yeah, neatly played by Dawkins, and that ball came into him from outside the off stump, playing with the tide, and it turned it to a vacant forward square leg, picked up 2.
Trinidad and Tobago, of course, produced so many outstanding players for the West Indies over the years. There's such an important territory for the production of and their contribution to West Indies cricket. And you'll continue to see that for years to come, because cricket is loved in that part of the region. There's Dawkins facing up. Good delivery, really good delivery. One that pitched down and just seamed away from the right-handed batsman. Thought he handled it well in the end, just didn't go feeling for it. Pull the bottom hand away. Your technical skill, technique rather, will come into play here. It's so important for the opening batsman to have good technical skills. And you've got to survive. It's a new ball that'll be seaming around the place. Pushed up to mid-on. But this is a good start by the West Indies opening pair.
Yes, and they would want to make, you know, as much use of that pitch. This, as we said before, this is a third game playing on this surface, and therefore you want to, you know, want to make full use of it at the early stage of the game.
So he has completed his over, Rasha, and he's bowled 2 overs, not for 5. So after 4 overs, the run rate just a 2 runs per over. But again, you see some teams starting off slowly, getting the eyes in, and then later on in the batting, in the innings, just begin to bring up the tempo. And England, having lost the first 2 matches, they don't want to capitulate. Obviously would want to stay there, this opening pair, and get a good stand. Here's Pollard. Big swish of that one outside the off stump. Well, he had 2 options, really, to leave that alone to go into the glove of the keeper, as well as to drive, the latter is which he did, but didn't really push that right leg across to the pitch of the ball. It was a tentative half push with the right leg, the front leg leading, and he missed everything. 2 slips employed, and there is a squarish cover, extra cover in the mid-off. So they're finding it challenging to get the ball off the square. Good bowling by these 2. But there's no question about that. These 2 can bat. They came here on the tour and played a couple of practice matches and performed very well. So it's a good opportunity to perform well at this point. This is where it's needed. Short rising delivery, goes behind square, and they will scamper for a single. Again, the variation, the pulling back of the length, pushing it up to the batsman at times. That is what I love about him. Added to that, the fact that he's a left-arm seamer. There are not a whole lot of southpaws around.
Yeah, and he does seem to be able to get someone comfortable bounce to the batsman, and this one pitched on a good length and really rose sharply and had Mohammed in a little bit of difficulty, probably came high up off the gloves and dropped on the onside. But
let alone outside the off stump. Every Phil?
Yeah, well, does create, you know, those sort of, every off and on you see with this as he pull it back, lifting and going into the batsman. And that is a feature of his bowling. As he brings the ball up, he tends to move both ways, but as you pull it back, it does tend to create quite a bit of problem. We've seen a number of delays being lifting.
And here's Pollard again. Coming forward and driving neatly. They'll get just 1. They won't come back for the second, as the return comes into the keeper's end. That one was pitched up a little further inducing the drive, and didn't go for the full-blooded drive, just pushed it nicely through the covers and got one. You could understand why the opening pair is a little bit tentative, because they want to get off to a good start. Pollard to Mohammed. Ball on a very good length. Can do no more than go up onto the toes and push it just back and square on the offside. The over comes to an end, and the end of Pollard's over. 3 overs, 1 maiden, and it's not for 5, but this is a good start after 5 overs. England 10 without loss.
Yeah, good start. Good opening bowling attack by both bowlers. Pollard continued to create really some difficulty, creating a sort of unsurety with the batsman. Even that last that fifth delivery, which was pushed to point for a single, you see in that tense sort of unsurety with him playing on the front foot.
Yes, and those are hallmarks of good bowlers. When you have batsmen guessing, you're not predictable. And the very good bowlers are like that. And if you're not tear away fast, then you can use your other skills to come into play. Philander, former South African fast bowler, he wasn't tear away fast, but his line and length, they were impeccable. It was hard to get him away. Not like a Dale Steyn, who was fast and furious, or Alan Donald, who was also fast and furious. Philander was just thereabout, but gosh, he was a model of consistency. Here's Rasha. He's picked up 6 one-day wickets for the West Indies already, off the back foot. And that goes behind square on the offside. There's a challenge to the boundary, pulled back just inside. And the return is going to come to the keepers. And then they get 3. Well run. Well, that challenged the boundary.
Yeah, good shot by Mohammed there, and hit it square between the cover and the backward point, and went very close to the boundary. But this is one of the first positive shots we have seen. Ball shortish in length, and he was on top of it and hit it square down to backward point.
Fontaine and Boudou ran after it. Driving, just coming forward, and drove it very well and beat the diving figure there, and they got 2. Van Lang, in the end, having to run across and fielded. So the total has now moved on to 16. Over number 6 here, bowled by Rasha. In fact, he's now yielded, conceded 6 runs so far in this over, let alone outside the off stump. So this has been the most expensive over so far in the innings. And the run rate still a bit sleepish. 2.82. It's early days again. I don't think England would be too perturbed about the slow start. Big expansive drive. I think he's annoyed with himself outside the off stump. That completes the over. 3 overs bowled by Rasha, and none for 11. And England off to a modest start. You want to say slow? 16 without loss after 6.
Yes, England would want to really make sure that it does not lose any early wickets. I think when you look at probably just the first game they would have played, I think they would have put on 50 for the first wicket. No, they really want to make sure that they do not lose any of these wickets. 2 of these players, both Dawkins and Mohammed, as we said, would have done pretty well in the practice games. And we have seen their ability. England would really want to make sure that none of them is they lose any of these wickets very early.
Down the track is Pollard and driving well, fine shot for 4. Well, from the moment it left the bat, yes, there is mid-off, but he struck it nicely, and you could hear the great song, the wonderful song that's Leather and Willow met. And it went through the offside very quickly for 4. Lovely.
Yeah, good confident shot. And you can see him as he uses his feet there a bit. Just hitting that ball on the up and stroking it over mid-off, which is in the circle. No danger, a very confident shot.
And he'll get more runs here. Just a single though. So maybe this might be the time, having gotten the sight in. This just might be the period when these two in Dawkins and Mohammed will seek to push things on, maybe touch the accelerator. Not being rash, but when there is that scoring opportunity, they must capitalize. Pollard to Dawkins. Loose shot outside the off stump. One pulled back a little bit in length, and he was looking to get onto the back foot and punch it, but it was a bit wide and looked a bit loose. Now they are a pretty good offside field in that there are 2 slips for the left-hander. Then there is a squarish cover, extra cover, and the mid-off. So it's a pretty strong offside field. He's encouraged maybe to bring the ball up and look for whatever movement. That's Pollard. And looking for maybe that outer edge. The slips are there to gobble it up in the shallow.
Yeah, good link once again by Pollard. Just about off stump. A ball bouncing and leaving the right hand at Dawkins. But you could see Dawkins playing inside of it, not really attempting to push too far from the body, and just dropping the wrist on that one pass outside the off stump.
Coming forward and can get it no further than to squarish cover. So he's been a model of economy into his 4th over. Just a 1 delivery remaining. It's none for 10 so far. And of those 10 runs, of course, 5 of them have come in this over. One was a wonderful drive for 4. 21 without loss. They've not lost a wicket. Now that's important. Even if the run rate is just about 3. Short rising delivery, looking to uppercut that. The over comes to an end, and at the end of 7 overs, England sent into bat. They're 21 without loss.
Yeah, and we are seeing Dawkins looking a lot more positive. There's a right thing to do. The first few of us have been very tight. You're looking to get a feel of the pitch in terms of what it's doing. You get an opportunity to look at the opening bowler, see what they are doing. But as the inning progress, you will see now that they probably want to be a little bit more explosive, as we saw in that last over, using his feet and hit over mid-off.
Mohammed is driving, gets it down to wideish mid-off, and they scamper for the 2nd run. I think from the moment he hit the ball, Mohammed, they were suggesting that there were going to be 2, so they ran the 1st run very quickly. And that's cardinal, that's important, that you approach your 1st run with aggression, with the opportunity for the 2nd, and they did that very well.
Yeah, Mohammed did looking to hit over mid-off. Didn't get to the pitch of it, but you could see that the intention is to clear the inside field.
Gets a much better delivery this time. That has him onto the front foot and just spars it out, plays it out on the offside. No aggressive intention there, as Don, the captain, comes in very quickly, preventing any thought of a single. Should let you know that it's such a beautiful day here. Yes, there are clouds hanging around, but not rain clouds. Should have a good day here. Ball just tapped down to third man. Gets a single. You get the impression, Rafael, that they're now beginning to just open up a bit and hoping to score much freer.
Yeah, you're right. They look much more comfortable. I think to use their feet and to play the aggressive shot, particularly when the ball is in the arc.
Well bowled. One that is just about Midland leg. And Dawkins standing upright. Plays defensively. The two slips are maintained. And there is a backward point and cover. There's a gap of about 30 yards between cover and mid-on. And there is a conventional mid-off. That's mid-off and between cover and mid-off, beg your pardon. And there is a conventional mid-on. We obviously want to appeal to the fans wherever you are to get into the ground. You don't have to pay anything, Rafael, do you? So come and look at the youngsters. Come and see them perform, and it's always good. And the youngsters feel so encouraged when spectatorship are there. Driving well, fine shot. Van Lang is after this, but to no avail. It's going to go over the boundary line. Oh, got to the pitch of it. Sweet, lovely time. And that went beautifully through extra cover for 4.
Yeah, superb shot. Over pitch delivery. Dawkins hit, getting really into really good position and hit it through extra cover for 4. And this is probably one of the more positive shots we have seen for the morning. Tells you that the Wood players are seemingly getting into their own, looking very confident. And Rasha just over pitching there and giving the treatment.
Yeah, there's always quite a lot of discussion, Rafael, as to what is the best looking shot, if there is anything like that. I know all players got their favorite shots. I'll ask you one, what was your favorite? And which is most pleasing to your eyes?
It's probably one of the more difficult shots to play, and that's your on drive. But I think the square cut, to me, is one of the beauty. I see someone square cut is it's one of the shots that I love to see.
So Shaquan Bell is going to be picking up the attack from the northern Odabo end. He's into Mohammed, and Mohammed is opening the face of the bat and driving. Gets it out there to a wideish mid-off and gets a single as Miller runs across. Yeah, the best exponent of the cut shot, I think you'd say arguably, but Gordon Greenidge has to be up there. He was such a wonderful square cutter. I don't think anybody did it better than he did it. This time he's driving. Beautiful shot. Lovely. Good shape. Got to the pitch of the ball and drove it sweetly. And his head was right in the direction of where he wanted that ball to go. He knew he wanted to strike it through extra cover, and he did. Look at that. He looked at it all the way. And from the moment it left the bat, you knew there were 4 written all over.
Yeah, very good shot. And as all was necessary to get into position. And he stroked it really beautifully through the covers of 4. So we have seen 2 real beautiful shots hit through the covers. And Dawkins picking up another boundary.
Oh, that was a glorious shot. It's ornate. Beautiful. Oh, I love it. Really. This time contrasting through the leg side and would pick up 2 as that was just about hip area onto the back foot. Turned the wrist onto the tide and got it down behind square for 2. Well played. So it does show you, of course, the good players are those that can score right around, not through the offside only, but has the skill and dexterity to play with angles. And that's what he did there. Played with angle. Dawkins gone to 18. This time he is driving out to mid-on, but can't beat Miller, who is there at mid-on. Yeah, we talked about Gordon Greenwich, who cut the ball so very well, and David Gaw also, Englishman who cut the ball very well. Of course, contrasting-handedness, though he was a left-hander. Graham Gooch was a lovely driver of the ball. There is Bell to Dawkins, who just seemed to fancy driving. Drove it out to extra cover. Fontaine, it looks like, picks the ball up. But they're now beginning to open up the shoulders a bit more.
Yeah, he would be a little disappointed there. This was also an over-pitch delivery there, but just was not able to beat the cover fielder. But you could see him growing in confidence.
Here's the final delivery of this over. That he pushed up to extra cover. Can't score. So 7 runs coming off Bell's first over. And after 9, England sent into bat. They're off to a good start. They're 35 without loss.
Yeah, this is the sort of start I think England would have been looking for to make sure that it does not lose wickets early. The last game they lost the first 2 wickets with the 4 runs on the board, and they had to make sure that it does not lose very early wickets. Now both players are seemingly a lot more comfortable as the pitch begins to settle down nicely, and they are hoping that they will build on that opening stand of 35 and really give a sort of score that will give them the confidence.
Short off the back foot, airborne, and they will come back for the second run as Bell having to run across to his right to pick up, but you can see greater aggression and greater purpose at this stage in the innings into the 10th over. And it's so important. A couple of things about your power play. You'd want to use the field restrictions, of course. And you want to ensure that you maintain your wickets. So those are the 2 cardinal important features of your first 10 overs. Get as many as possible and ensure that the amount of wickets that fall be minimal. They've done that, England. Nice drive, caressed through the offside. They should get 2 here as the return will come into the keeper, just pushes him back. Good, nice shot, just got to the pitch. Didn't try to hit that too hard, but pierced the offside field between the cover and extra cover and got 2. Nice shot there by Dawkins.
Yeah, good confident shot, getting to the pitch of that delivery. And ball bouncing a bit, going over a square cover. And pick up 2 more.
Platform is built, established here. And with the run rate now gone over 4, they can push this on and accelerate. This is a good foundation built here. 40 without loss into over number 10. Off the back foot, drives. Good shot, really good shot. And they're going to get a couple of runs again as Laws had to chase after the ball. Pulled it back. So 2 more to Dawkins. He's been driving the ball rather well, beautifully. driven, few of them so far for the morning. Good driver of the ball. He seemed to be enjoying this. His innings today, he's 22 of 35. Well bowled. So that completes the over. 10 overs gone. And it's 42 without loss. It's a steady start here by England on the 19, sent into bat by the West Indies. Dawkins, 22 of 36. Mohammed, 17 of 24 after 10 overs, 42 without loss.
Yeah, good start by England. I think that being sent into bat outside just was a little bit on the cloudy side, although the sun was shining. But we would have seen that, it's very clear in terms of their approach. The first few overs, not to lose any wicket. I thought that both Pollard and Russia opened with some aggression, but they both were able to weather that storm. And now we are seeing, as we come down to the 10th over, they are now looking more positive, being able to push the ball around with much more ease. With 42 without loss, England being sent into bat, and now into the 11th over. As I welcome for the first time this morning Clyde John. Good morning, Clyde.
Good morning to you, Rafael, and good morning to the viewers wherever you are.
And you are seeing Bell in his second over, getting a greedy lift there. Ball. The keeper just having to take that almost shoulder height. Bell done for 7 minutes, second over. Again, push on to mid-on. So the field for Bell, he has slipping Carter, third man on the boundary, backward point. There is also a cover fielder. Now they can have more than 2 fielders outside the circle. Cover X-circle was fairly packed offside field. Six players on the offside. Hit down to cover, and the fielder, the ball dropping just before the cover fielder, the shortest delivery there, and Mohammed probably looking to play probably a little finer. Went down to cover, pick up the one.
Yeah, really looking to get after the ball in here, Mohammed. This one just slightly short from Bell, being able to use the pace. The fielder was out there, but he played it well enough. They did not reach the fielder.
And Dawkins looking more and more comfortable. Pushes out to cover. Sun just lost the sun for a moment. What is the ideal condition for cricket?
Yeah, Bell just settling back into the line and length. What we saw from him in the previous matches, where he was, really steady and was able to anchor the first change position really well.
So 43 without loss. We just completed over number 11. Clyde, West Indies would have won the toss and decided to field first. This wicket is the third game that's played on this particular wicket. I think they probably would have been hoping that whatever advantage, maybe they would have been able to pick up very early to pick up some wickets, but England has shown that they are able to weather the storm, weather whatever was thrown at them this morning.
Yeah, it's certainly a toss to win, the Windies just seem to fancy fielding first, and they're making good use of the conditions, as it is now, and so they certainly will be hoping to continue to put down that sort of bowling display that helps to restrict the English.
Matthew Miller from the southern end. He comes in with his first delivery. The ball hit to cover and taking out cover there. Again, Mohammed looking to drive, not getting hold of this. And that ball going low to the cover fielder. That seems to be Carter there. And he comes up and take a really good catch.
Well, this one was really gifted to Miller, who just came in, and Mohammed not really taking time to assess what he offers, looking to bring out the expansive drive, and Carter doing a really good job by diving forward and picking one very low to his right, and breakthrough for the West Indies.
Yeah, and it's a good breakthrough for the West Indies. Yeah, you see him having to reach for that delivery, not getting over it. And they seem to have hit the bottom of the bat. Just went out to that short cover. And Carter coming forward and picking up a really good catch. And West Indies will be pleased with that breakthrough for both of these players who are really beginning to look good.
Well, again, Mohammed, he will feel a bit aggrieved. He has had some good start in terms of the first 3 games, and just have not really been able to push on, right? And so definitely he will look to maybe sit and just think about, his innings and the way forward as the tour continues.
So Isaac Mohammed caught Carter bowled Miller, 18, 29 deliveries, 46 minutes, and he had 1-4. So 43 for 1. And in comes Joe Moores. A player that has really caught the eyes.
What you notice here, Rafael, is that Miller coming in is getting that ball to move away after pitching, move away from the left-hander. And that is a good quality to have as a young medium fast bowler.
Yeah, and I think that's why it was important to that Mohammed will probably just take a look at the ball and actually his first delivery. And as you said, moving the ball away. Straight down to third man, moves off the mark. Ball right up. With all the ease in the world, just place it down to third man and pick up his first single.
Well, we've seen some really good scores coming from Moores. He has had some good starts to his innings, and hopefully today he will be looking to maybe just convert that into maybe a turn, something that would help to put his team in a really good position to win here today.
Yeah, he does look a very good player. As I said, he have caught the eyes of a number of persons who would have seen him here. Miller delivery hitting Ben Dawkins on the pad, but again the movement coming into the right hand and leaving the left hander. Really the sort of condition that will assist this quality of bowling, and really West Indies will want to make full use of the conditions. Comes off the edge, go down to third man, and Dawkins.
And the conditions still a bit hazy, just a bit of cloud around, but we have the sun, and that is what is different. But certainly Miller will be looking to just continue to keep it tight, not really allowing the batters to get off. You look at his areas this morning so far to see that this is his first game Rafael, he has really settled into a good line and length.
Yeah, and they start picking up a wicket in the first delivery will give him more confidence. We've seen him really moving the ball away from the left hand and bring it into the right-handed batter. Dawkins was hit on the pad ball, moving too much. At 45 for 1, we completion of 12 overs. West Indies really would want to restrict England. They would be really looking to go 3 games up. England would have other thoughts.
Yeah, certainly England will have other thoughts. They've competed well, had some really good periods within the first 2 matches. And so one will hope that today will be a day where they can put all the pieces together and they can really have that complete game and hopefully put some pressure on the West Indies.
Yeah, it was a competitive game almost down to the end. That West Indies came out strong in both games. Quick single taken here and good run in. Dawkins just pushing this one out. Bell in his 3rd over, so far going for 9 runs. Now seem to be hitting a better length. Bowling a lot straighter. We saw that Dawkins, they had to be very careful as he came forward. Just seemingly taking the pace off of that delivery and being able to pick up a single.
Yeah, you compare you compare Bell to Lumsden, they seem to be eager just to run in and really get the ball up to the other end as fast as possible. I really love his approach in terms of, you can see that he puts energy and effort into all his deliveries.
Yeah, that was a really good delivery, that final delivery, leaving the left-handed more.
Again, just picking up the quick singles, rotating the strike. Moores will want to really stay out there and try to put on that sort of display that we've seen from him. The first ODI, he's got a quick fire 59, really played some awesome shots. And so one will hope that he can remain there and help to stabilize this innings.
Right there.
Good piece of fielding there. Fielder quickly around and throwing himself, ensuring that he cuts off the single.
Ben Dawkins probably just looking to rebuild, having lost their first wicket to England. Bell. Once again being forced just to push the ball to that cover point fielder. I get no chance. That completes the over. 13 overs bowled. England be sent into bat today and they are 47 for 1. And they will be really hoping to push on from that opening stand of 43 they have. But West Indies continue to keep things rather tightly.
Yeah, the bowling has been good so far. Had a good opening burst from Pollard. He went for just 10 runs. I think the fact that he was able to hit some consistent line and length and get the ball to lift posed a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, first wide signal. Miller just straying a bit in this in line here. He has been the successful bowler.
Yeah, really has come in and gotten the breakthrough.
Another beautiful delivery, really good line, and this one just seemed to have straightened a bit. And the batsman there, Joe Moore, just trying not to push too much. He really, playing down straight, and now this one to go outside the off stump. Good delivery. I thought it was well played by the batsman. A lovely shot again, giving some room there, and Moore just driving, goes down to the cover area. Just stopped just a few meters before the boundary. But again, given the room there at ball slightly over pitch. So that brings up the 50, 13.2 overs, 50 for 1 England. Another good drive through the covers. They're not going to go down into the boundary, but they're going to come back for 2. Ball pitch in the slot, and Moore driving it smoothly just past short cover and picking up 2 more.
Yeah, you can definitely see that Miller is looking to keep the ball up to the bat. Just guilty of over-pitching slightly. May just want to pull that length back and hopefully induce a drive on the up. Maybe get him caught in the cover.
Yeah, we've seen some adjustment on the offside field. No cover fielder, deep cover. Okay, this ball is straight played down to that deep cover. So this time is just a single. But, the adjustment in the cover fielder being pushed back. 53 for 1. We are in over number 14. Again, calmly played to the mid-wicket. Dawkins looking better and better as he came forward and just easily played this one to mid-wicket area. Really does look a good player. Both Dawkins and Moore. Dawkins, we know, got a century in one of the practice game here in Grenada before the Windies.
And Dawkins got up to some decent starts. Has looked good. First ODI, he was able to score 19 before he was removed by Bell. But the second innings, you saw that sort of potential again. And so we know that he has the quality. It's just a matter of time, maybe before he can really string something together.
55 as another wide being bowled in. And I think this is because of height. Completes another over. Miller, 1 for 10 in 2 overs. England 55 for 1.
Yeah, good and decent position for the English. The loss of 1 wicket after 14 overs. You will look at it and say it's a good start. You have quite a long way to go in this innings still. And so what we know, we've seen the middle order for the English really be able to lift the scoring rate. And so setting a good platform, maybe just 1 wicket down and continuing for, let's say, the next 5-10 overs, it would be a good for them.
Yeah, I think to be fair with the England batters, I think the opening pair would have played it very well. And that wicket which was, although, you know, it's the 3rd game being played on this particular, but it would have been freshened up. Maybe a little water and a little rolling. And they played it well in that they were intent on not losing early wickets. And to have done that for the first 10 over, I think they did well. Bell. Hit to mid-on. An aggressive shot there by Dawkins. He's on 25. And he would have so far faced 47 deliveries, 2 fours. Batting just for about an hour, 60 minutes. Just showing a little bit more aggression. Looking to whip that shot, his ball some mid wicket. And get it down to mid on. Again, that quality fielder is called into play. Very cool conditions. Probably just a few spectators sitting in the Raw Lewis Junior Murray stand. Again, nicely played down to backward point with all the ease. Starkin just stood up, get on top of that one and played it down to cover point. And ambles another single.
Yeah, Dawkins is really looking comfortable here. And if he continues like this, he certainly will get a good score. He's on 26 from 49, showing good patience in terms of building his innings. And so England will hope that he can continue.
So another wide takes the score to 57. And Bell, who is in his fourth over, actually bowled the first wide in his spell. That's one of the areas that I think both teams will want to cut down on in terms of the amount of extras. We already had 6 wides in the West Indies inning, West Indies bowling.
Yeah, the wides, you want to make sure that you keep them to a minimum. You really don't want to give any extra runs to the opponents. We could have a team dismissed for, I would make it 240, and you look at 20 and 30 wides. I mean, that score really should be 220.
Yeah, and as we look at both games that was played, and you look at the extras and how the games ended in terms of the closeness, one would have seen the benefit of the extras. And whether it's a T20 or one-day cricket, you want to cut down the extras as much as possible. At the end of the day, it does add up. It gives you extra runs. You are the team that require to bowl extra deliveries. So this is an area you want to limit as much as possible. Miller continues. He comes around the wicket to the left-handed more. Again, all the ease, and the pitch seemed to be playing better and better for batting, and both players just seem to be enjoying themselves in batting there. Seem to be a lot of comfort, a lot of ease in negotiating the bowlers. And
the wicket is playing true. It's playing good. You can see it's not discolored in any way. It's not. It looks a really good turf for batting. And if you know the St. George's wicket, it always offers batters, that opportunity to put on their head and score big runs. Again, if the bowlers really put it in good areas and really willing to work, they also can get something from it.
Again, good running, ball pushed to mid-off. The mid-off fielder just had to move to his right. And his camper another single. It will be important, Clyde, to see the spinners on this pitch. One expect that they probably might be able to get probably a little bit more grip, maybe a little more turn later down. So it will be really interesting to see what happens when the spinners come on.
Yeah, it certainly will be. And we've seen
Pull.
that. We've seen, Rafael, that the spinners on display in Ahmed and Tilokani and these guys, they've been really been able to get some good movement, good bongs, good turn, and so the surface is still offering something to them.
Yeah, and into the third game on this, you would expect it to rough up a little bit more, maybe stay down a little bit later in the day, but it would be interesting to see what they would be able to do on the wicket today. Ball straight down to third man. Once again, Joe Moores. Look really comfortable. So Carter, will be interesting to see Carter coming on probably next 2 overs. One might probably see him picking up the attack from this northern end, commentary booth end. Hit down to the long leg again, shortish in length, and the batsman Ben Dawkins just easily get into the line, just help it down to the long leg, and he pick up another single. That completes another over. 62 for 1 England. Dawkins on 28, Joe Moores on 10 England, after being put into bat this morning.
Yeah, 62 for 1 after 16 overs will reflect a good morning's work so far. A steady building of the run rate by the Windies, but certainly the West Indies bowling has been good, and they will want to make sure that they continue to keep that sort of pressure. Scoring just about 3.88, that's good for them.
Yeah, and as we say in Tristan, Carter going to pick up the attack. As I take my leave.
So it's Carter from the Darbo Hill end. Just getting that one just to go past the bat of the said Dawkins. And that's a really good pitch of a delivery from Carter. Touchdown on a really good area from his first delivery. This time he offers a full pitch delivery, which should run into the boundary now. Gifted a full toss onto the leg stump. And certainly Dawkins, who has been there for quite a while, he doesn't need a second invitation. He picks up 4 runs. Well played, well placed. 4 more to England.
Yeah, badly lined onto the leg stump, and you just lifted it nicely over the infield for 4.
Again, Carter, just that searching length, pushing down and picking up the easy single, Dawkins. So he moves on to 33. He's been there for a while, and so he has assessed the conditions. Certainly one will hope that from an English standpoint, he can stay there and continue to pile on the runs.
That's what's needed. They certainly will have to redeem themselves. They haven't lost the important wicket of Mohammed.
So the conditions, as we said, is good. Bowling has been good. Carter, they're just looking to draw the batsman out of his crease. They look for the second, and they're going to get it quite comfortably. So 2 more to Moores. Moores, who we've seen been among the runs, 59 in his opening game, 27 in the second ODI. One will hope that he can really get some runs under his belt today.
Yeah, it's important for him to come good. The running between the wickets has been very good this morning. They've shown aggression, they've shown purpose. And that is a good feature of the England batting.
And there you had it. Moores looking to bring out the fresh broom, reverse sweeping. And Carter pitching in a good area. And so the end of the 17th over. The England on the 19th who have been sent into bat. They are 69 for 1 and really looking to maybe post a big total.
Yeah, you're right. And Moores, who has 86 runs so far, has batted well and would want to add to that. Van Lang, for the West Indies, he's scored very well. 109. Joshua Dawn missed out on a century. Batted so very well too. He's come into this game with an aggregate of 99. It's been a good surface to bat on.
Certainly has been a good surface. It has a bit for every player. So we see Pollard getting back into the attack from the river end. But certainly the wicket has been known to be batsman friendly, and once you're out there in the middle and you've gotten a start, one would expect that you would continue and maybe put on a total that is respective of your ability. Ken Pollard just on the line of the leg stump, turned neatly by Dawkins. He's been there for a while, so that type of delivery really shouldn't faze him.
Well, I'll tell you something, Clyde, about this wicket, and I can do so because I'm a wee bit older than you. And in the past, this wicket was known to be a good bouncy wicket with good carry back in the 70s, 80s, 90s. Really wonderful wicket. And people like Winston Davis and the others will tell you how good a wicket it was for fast bowling, and batsmen could play their shots too.
Yeah, really ground where you know you can get a result. A result is always possible, whether it is 4-day, whether it is 2-day, whether it is 1-day or T20. You always have a result here at the Queen's Park ground.
Yes, I think Galvin Kalitran got his arm broken by Andy Roberts here many years ago. Those days, Andy was very fast.
Pollard shot lifting delivery into the body. Just tucked out to backward square. So Dawkins, he gets another single. Seemed to have slowed a bit in terms of his scoring rate. But again, you lost the wicket. He just seemed to be in a rebuilding mode.
That's what he's got to do here. There's no need for panic. He's lost his opening pair, his opening partner rather, and he's got to consolidate here. He's got a relatively new partner.
Good delivery there from Pollard. Just seemed to have caught Moores with that slower delivery, and he just stuck into the surface there a little bit.
Yeah, but wickets in the region as a whole seem to be playing more and more placid. They're flatter in contrast to yesteryear. Sabina Park was fast. Bridgetown Barbados was also quick.
Can this one just play down to third man and picking up an easy single there? But certainly one would wonder what has changed in terms of the is it the soil, is it the technology? What has really changed that has got these wickets to be so placid?
I think in addition to, it's not just the soil factor, that might be one thing, but I think internationally, cricket has become more batsman friendly, and wickets are prepared to suit batsmen more than bowlers, and bowlers have had to fight much harder and work much harder than yesteryear to pick up wickets. Now, whether that's the correct thing, there is in fact a balance, there's a shift more on the side of batsmanship rather than fast bowlers, or for bowlers rather, whether you're fast or medium fast as the case may be, it's more batsman friendly.
All right, so whether you're a batter or a bowler, right now we are on the drinks break, the first drinks break for the morning. And so we just want to remind you, England on a 19th sent in to bat. They are 73 for 1 after 18 overs, and certainly looking to set a platform for what is to come later on in their innings. But I want to just tease your mind a little bit in terms of preparation of the ground. Would you say that the fact that it's able to be prepared a little bit better may be the reason why it's not playing as fast?
Well, I think there are a number of things to be considered. Your soil factor obviously will play an important role. The composition of your soil will have a great say as to the condition of the pitch, as to whether it's going to be placid or not. So soil composition is important. Addition to that, there used to be the old-fashioned grass in the turf, and I'm talking about live grass now. We've seen over the years their dead grass rolled into the turf. This cannot make any pitch faster at all. It's going to be placid. It's going to be much flatter. But in the past, there was the old-fashioned live grass that remained, that was kept there so that it would keep the soil together. Now, if you have grass in the soil, it remains much more compact. With little grass, of course, it's easier to crumble, and that's another thing you've got to look at. The water retention capacity is limited, because in order for grass to be there, then the water has got to be there to keep the grass alive. And I'm not suggesting that I'm an expert at all in regards to curation of ground and pitches. But over the years, of course, being able to observe what the ground staff do and the curators do, you could get a fine idea as to what's taking place. The less grass you've got is the less pace you're going to get. There are a few exceptions. Of course, there was the sheen condition that you'd find at Sabina Park, for example, where it was rolling in a certain way, and the soil composition also another factor. That to me has been an exception. The wicket in Anguilla was very similar to that of Sabina Park too.
Well, we're back here with you as Carter bowls to Moores, who's able to just keep that one out, and he picks up a single.
But we've got to be very careful, Clyde, as to what we do in the region, because you want players to develop. And you want them to develop not just in placid, nice, friendly conditions, but in difficult conditions too. As we saw the West Indies coming up against New Zealand, and the pitch, the ball was moving all over the place.
Again, Carter to Dawkins this time, and just picking up the easy single. Certainly, you want that just for the ability to adjust. You want to be able to get these pitches, but somehow I'm not seeing that we're making that conscious effort. This time it's played coming off the inside edge. Moore's just looking to turn this one. May have gotten a top edge. The keeper, no one really close in enough to maybe offer a chance. Certainly, Carter, this one is stroked. Van Lang will give chase. They come back for two. Moore's looking well, looking set. He's faced some 25 deliveries, and so it means that he's been out there for a while. I think one may expect him to take on the role of maybe just getting that run rate up over 5.
Yeah, he's not struck a boundary as yet in his 17 runs, but that doesn't matter at all. The important thing is that his strike rate is 65 without a boundary, which means that he's looking for angles, looking for twos, looking for singles, as the case may be. Well-constructed innings.
Yes, Carter, there were just a slight bit more turn on that one. A bit more rev seemed to have gone into it. And Moore's just pushing out, getting the outer half of the bat, picking up a single down to the fine leg. But certainly some turn and offer for the spinners.
Yes, and just continuing, of course, with the discussion, Clyde, it's important that a wicket gives help to everybody. So a batsman should be able to play his shot. The fast bowler on the early part of the innings should be able to get good carry to the keeper. And a little later on, your spinners should be able to come in and get a bit of spin, get a bit of bounce, get a little bit of turn. That to me is the ideal cricket wicket. And that's why I love Boucher Jour. I think it's the best pitch we've got in the region. Good wicket for batsmen to play their shot. A fast bowler can come and get good carry. And then the spinners can also come, not get extraordinary turn, but enough for you to feel happy as a slow bowler.
Well, we've seen spin from both ends as Vital Laws comes into the attack, and Moore's just looking again to bring out the reverse sweep. And really, we've seen him play this shot and play it very effective. So he's not yet really got hold of one. But certainly the longer he spends, I think one will expect that he'll be able to get it and get it effectively. Your thoughts on the reverse sweep? I remember you saying Gordon Greenidge was the first.
Yes, I saw him did it back in 1992. I was playing in England at the time. And it was the first time I'd seen the reverse sweep. And since then, whoo, so many of our players have been doing it.
Yeah, good start there to Dawkins. Laws has been really bowling some good areas, picking up 2 wickets earlier in the previous game.
But if you had done the reverse sweep or this dill scoop, let's say back in the 70s and 80s, be assured that your coach would have chided you for an unorthodox shot. He'll pull you in and ask you, what was that? Innovations over the years.
So Laws continues getting a bit of turn. This one just going past the flashing blade of Joe Moore's. Moore's just looking to get after him here. This one he plays. Seem to have beaten him. I'm not sure that it got the edge, but it changed direction certainly after passing Moore's. Needs to remain here, Moore's. Again, touching down on a good line, good length, and results in an easy single.
Yeah, I think England have done pretty well here to be 81 for 1 of 20. So they're just over 4 runs per over. And there's still 30 overs to go. So there's no rush, there's no hurry. Build a good platform, good foundation. And then as you come to the lower end of the innings, that's when you can become explosive. But this is fine. 4 runs per over, 4.5, that's okay.
Well, certainly Zachary Carter will want to have something to say about that as he's in, and Moores goes over the top. Good clean hit, that's gone. That's 4. And really doing it with disdain. I think from the time he got onto that one, he knew that he was in command. And it's just a retrieve from the boundary.
Yeah, didn't want to hit that on the ground at all. Chose the aerial route and went over the infield. Good shot for 4.
And there he is again, just a busy body, really wanting to get the scoreboard ticking over. You can see it in his body language as he pushes to cover there for another single. Certainly, I think he's reading the game and reading it well. Wants to get some impetus now. Carter with just that teasing delivery. Looking to draw Dawkins forward. Badly lined and rightly so signaled wide. And so the extras total move up. This one pulled through the mid-wicket region. They're looking for the second. The throw comes in. Not really gathered well, but I think Moores would have been safely home. The throw to the non-striker's end. It's a quick one, a sharp one.
Yeah, it was going to be two any day, and they were aggressive about the running approach.
It's good batting here from the Englishmen. They are looking really to get that score ticking, that scoreboard ticking over a bit faster. A lot on offer. The field is spread. And so you want to make sure that you capitalize on the two. It's a large playing surface. Large playing surface. There will be enough gaps in and between as Carter completes another over. He's bowled 3 overs for 21. For 17 rather, and a bit on the expensive side in the context of what has happened so far. But certainly more time that he spends bowling, we will see him get better, as we've seen previously.
21 overs gone, 90 for 1. So this is a good steady start by the Englishmen. Pollard, none for 14 of 5. He's been economical. Rasha, none for 25 of 5. Bell, none for 13. Lone wicket taker is Mill, was 1 for 14 of 3. So Carter, 3 overs, none for 21. And Laws into his second over. Driving up to long on and gets a single. So Moores and Dawkins batting very sensibly here. 25 and 41 respectively. They've been very responsible. Just goes onto the back foot. Ball turning away and opened the face of the bat and got a single. So Dawkins 41. He's played well, I dare say. 41 of 65 balls. Spent 85 minutes at the crease so far. Well, he's just seemed to miss that he's been bowled, has he?
Actually, it's caught at mid-wicket.
Caught at mid-wicket. Oh, I'm sorry, we just missed that, really. But it was done so nonchalantly. Let's look at it. Yes, he actually pulled that straight into the mid-wicket area. Sorry, my apologies, folk. And that ball was really, he should have done anything with that. So England have lost their second wicket, just as we were saying how well these two have been going. So Dawkins and Moores, that partnership, a very important partnership, has come to an end. A partnership of 1 short of 50. And so the West Indies struck again as Dawkins so just trying to get the fielder there that took the catch, really. Did you pick him up, Raphael? Well, we'll soon confirm who took the catch there at mid-wicket. So
it was caught by Carter.
So England now, under 19, they're now 92 for 2. 92 for 2.
Yeah, I think Dawkins will be very disappointed with that shot, really. he was looking, both players were looking very well, and England really were in a position really to push on. Look into that short delivery, I think, over mid-wicket. I think he was probably trying to hit it too hard and really hit it straight to the fielder, Carter, who was fielding at mid-wicket, and who accepted a really good catch. It was traveling very quickly.
Actually, it was Fontaine, Arifel.
Fontaine, rather.
Took the catch. So Ben Mayers has come in and will join Moores as Laws will move in. Balls to Mayers, who is just off the back foot, and opens the face of the bat, glides it in front of square on the offside. So just when this partnership was really building and getting momentum, the wicket went. This time he's coming forward and drives the ball neatly, gets his first run. Just came forward and tried to hit the ball too hard. Gets a comfortable single. So Mayers is off the mark. And England on the 19, they're 93 for 2. 93 for 2. And Laws 2 overs. He's picked up 1 for 5.
Yeah, West Indies would be very happy to break that partnership. 49 runs put on by Dawkins and Morse, and both players really were looking really good and were really looking to take the advantage to England. West Indies would have struck there. Laws picking up that important wicket of Dawkins. That's really just pulled back some things for the West Indies at 92 for 2. We had 22 overs completed, and they will be looking really to press home. They would be looking to tighten things, make it difficult for the England batters.
So Mayers is coming forward and driving up to mid-on, can't score. So Moores, who is not out 25, so he's gotten over 100 in this series so far. A lot would depend on him coming into this match with 86 runs under his belt. Would obviously want to score big today. He has a good platform on which to build on. 25 of 35.
What it seems as though the batsmen are looking more comfortable with the medium pace. As we see Ben Mayers, and even his first few deliveries, as he striking the ball very well, hitting down to mid-off, and you can see the ease, the time he has as he get back and push that final delivery to cover.
Yeah, just reaching for that ball. One that was not quite half volley, but he still went through the drive. Ball maybe taking more the bottom part of the bat. And
yeah.
Most batsmen, of course, will tell you that there is a preferred spot in the bat that you want to hit. And that is, as the late great Sir Everton Week says, just about 5 inches from the base. Wide signal by the umpire. Yeah, I remember sitting alongside the great Sir Everton Weeks. I did several matches with him in Bridgetown, Barbados. A rather witty gentleman, likable. And he said so many things in his witty manner. And sometimes it takes you a little while before you really realize what the late Sir Everton was saying. 94 for 2. Let alone outside the off stump. I remember him, in fact, we were doing a first-class match in Barbados at Bridgetown, and it was an exciting game between the Windward Islands and Barbados. And I did mention about glorious moments in sports. And I talked a bit about the Kentucky Derby, which is probably the most exciting 3 minutes you could get in sports. I'll tell you what his response was. after this one. And then in a rather witty, mischievous manner, so Everton said, well, he knows of a couple of more exciting things that can happen in 3 minutes than the Kentucky Derby. And there was this little mischievous smile on his face, and I knew exactly where Sir Everton was coming from. What a wonderful man he was. And died, I think, at age 95. Represented the West Indies so well with distinction, average over 50 at the end of his career. So that completes Mills over. Has completed his fourth. 1 for 15. It's been steady as England on the 1994 for 2 after 22.
Yeah, got a maiden over only by Miller. Miller, who started at the southern end, just completed his fourth over, coming in from the northern end, and he was very straight, didn't give much away. We saw him again being able to extract some bonks off of this pitch, and that's one of the things that we see about this wicket in terms of the piece, of still being able to extract some bonks.
Yes, as we did discuss a little earlier on with Clyde John, how important it is to encourage all the bowlers, whether you spin, medium pace or fast bowlers, to get something out of it. No ball, signaled by the umpire. Extended arm.
So we have seen the reverse sweep being attempted there by Mayers, and no ball being signaled. So it would be interesting to see here. Yeah, that still look outside, would have been outside his leg stump, which would have been his off stump. So was there no danger there? Yeah, pick up a leg by in the process.
Well, here's an opportunity to move that total from 96 for 2 to 100 because it's a free hit now. Decided to go for the reverse sweep. Didn't make the kind of contact that he wanted. Carter there just behind square on the leg side. They go through for a single. It's not very often you see, though, that with the free hit that you go for the reverse sweep. A lot of players would advance down the track or try to hit over mid-wicket or through extra cover or down the ground.
Yeah, you're in no danger, so it's better you basically stay your position and look to clear the boundary.
Oh, there's an appeal for caught behind, gone. Outside the off stop, looking to drive, but certainly not in control, not to the pitch of the ball. And all the West Indian players are in jubilation as he was looking to drive, and that's an important break, really. It's a good wicket as Moore, the set batsman, he's gone for 25, a wicket that could have been that was ill afforded by England.
Yeah, poor shot by Moore, but credit has to go to Laws. I mean, it was the one that was leaving him outside the off stump, and he had to. You could see him reaching for it, probably to drive square, and the ball turned away from him, take the edge, and the wicketkeeper accepted the catch. But that's where you want to have the batsman playing, coming forward and driving. You could see him reaching here outside the off stump. Really was in control. He wasn't as close state as he should have. The ball turn away and take the edge. Important.
Mayers is coming forward and pushing up to mid-on. Of course, both batsmen are relatively new to the crease. Mayers, who's been there for 13 balls, 12 minutes, just a 1 run. Falconer is yet to score, is yet to face the delivery. So they have to rebuild, Raphael, and that's challenging at this moment.
It's always a difficult position when you had to come in and face a spin first up. It takes some time it takes a lot more out of you as a batter. Come in the face, spin first up, just to get your rhythm and to get your movement right and so forth. And I think that what we would have seen, as we were seeing, that England had a really good stand.
Got inside the line and in down to the backward square. They do come back for the second run too, as Van Lang was coming in very quickly from the boundary, but he was right back on the boundary, so it would have been challenging, and the batsman saw the opportunity for two and grabbed it. Yeah, we just really want to quickly apologize to our viewers, wherever you are. We lost internet connection for a short while, but we're up and running again, so humble apology. Of course, you don't understand that there'll be flaws here and there in technology, but has nothing to do with us here. It's just the internet service. So thank you for your understanding. Ball looking to turn that out on the onside airborne, and they will get a single. Leg by signal by the umpire. Umpire Brown, who looked a little bit unbalanced for a moment there, but he steadied himself well.
Yeah, as we were saying, this is one of the method in the training method of the umpires. They would have really practiced a lot of standing on one leg.
Yes, which would be rather natural for the stork, of course. In the bird family, they stand on the one leg quite efficiently. Well, stand on one leg rather, beg your pardon. Off the back foot, forcing drive back down to the long on position, and they get a single.
Yeah, I just want to go back to that point you were making there in terms of England batting, where they had really good stance. Players look really good and seem to be in command. And then you find, partnership is broken simply because of some bad shot.
Oh, beaten. Beautiful delivery. That one had bounce and turns. Well bowled, Laws. He's bowling very well. He has picked up 1 for 8 so far into his 4th, so he's been economical.
Yeah, he's pitching really well. That ball pitched maybe just around middle stump and turned away from the right-handed mares.
Yeah, left arm unorthodox. And it is so refreshing to see one of those in the region now.
And he followed up with a delivery that was coming the other way. So maybe they might necessarily just put a little more pressure, maybe bring...
This time he's driven through the offside, and they will come back for the second run. Get it quite comfortably too. Got to the pitch of that one. But to me it is so refreshing, it really is, as the over comes to an end. Some 26 overs gone. It really is refreshing whenever I see an unorthodox left arm spinner. I get very excited about it. I remember years ago there was a young spinner coming up from Trinidad and Tobago. Avidesh Samaru was a left arm Chinaman googly bowler, and I really thought that he would have gone on to bigger things, but after youth cricket just seemed to have faded away after a couple of years, I think it was. So Laws is here, and I hope that the selectors would persist with him and maybe get the necessary coaching and help for him. Driven down the ground, fine shot, will be pulled back just inside as they come back for the second round. Good shot there by Falconer, just coming forward and driving the ball back past the bowler. Miller, who has bowled well, 1 for 19. He's now into his 6th.
Yeah,
Maybe a Dave Mohammed, I'm sorry, Rafael, who left arm Chinaman googly bowler, may give some help if he's still into playing cricket. Do you know if he's still around, Dave Mohammed?
I'm not sure if he's even at home in Trinidad. But yeah, a bowler like him should be able to give some support. But what we saw from Lord's here this morning really looks good. I think it's the best we would have looked in the few games that he played. And as we are seeing, these sort of bowlers are rare. You don't find them regularly. But does look a very good prospect.
Goes a Chong, who played for the West Indies. And that's where the whole idea of the Chinaman came around. Imagine a Chinaman bowling. He was of Chinese origin.
And the term Chinaman, we would have heard a lot about probably in the 80s and the 90s, probably in the 80s.
Yeah, well,
you don't hear much about these sort of bowlers lately.
Driven down to long off, and in fact, taking the single. The return was to the keeper's end. Quick single. In Shanali, of course, who played for the West Indies and also Trinidad and Tobago, was a Chinaman googly bowler, and I remember him, of course, playing back in the 70s. Did tour with the West Indies to England. Was it in 74? I can't quite remember. But he is, there was the Trin spin. I'll come back to that. Yes, Trinidad at a time did play with three spinners, Rafiq Jumadeen, Inshan and Imtiaz Ali. These were the Trin spin. And of course, we did have a little later Ranji Nanan, the off spinner. So they've produced a plethora of spinners over the years, and very good top of the line spinners too. Short delivery, just gets inside the line and tugs it down to backward square.
So good over there by Miller. He continues to be keeping things fairly tightly. Now, what we have seen in his bowling is using a lot of variation, the slow balls. He really has been mixing up his deliveries. The ball stroked back over the keeper's head. It was well played, but certainly you could see that the batsmen were beaten in terms of the pace, playing a bit too early. I think what was good for Falconer as he played there was because he played straight, he was able to get it over the bowler head. But good variations shown by Miller. This spell of 1 for 21 and 6 overs so certainly indicate that he has been keeping it fairly tightly.
Vitel Laws into his fifth and is pushed down to long on for a comfortable single. So a bit of repair job done here by Mayers and Falconer. England 109 for 3 over number 27. So we've gone past the halfway stage. We'll ask you, Rafael, what your thought would be, what the kind of score that England might be thinking about here.
I think they would want to get up to anyway around 275 really to make a match out of it. They wouldn't want to fall on that 275. Looking at what the sort of scores we had, well, the first game, then the second game was shortened. But I think, 275 and maybe above would be a good score.
Yeah, the projected score is just a 200 now. But obviously that's gonna climb. You don't expect England to get just a 200. I think they're going to be aiming 250, 275. Anything over that, it's going to be a bonus. But Lowes has been bowling very well. $110 for 3. Full credit to this West Indies bowling team, though. I thought they bowled very well. All of them have contributed pretty well. That ball inadvertently goes down to the third man area, will be pulled back just inside, sliding tackle. As the return comes in, they get 2.
And it has been good bowling by Laws. Now we are seeing that the batsmen, they are trying to make things happen. That reverse sweep looked dangerous. You're just able to get some bat onto it as it went down to what would be a third man for the right-hander.
Turned behind square on the leg side. Backward square comes into play. And the batsman has got sufficient time to cross for the single. So 113 for 313 for 3 as 28 overs gone. It's 22 remaining. And this is where England would want to accelerate, just increase that scoring rate. They don't have to be rash about it. You've got to be careful because they've lost 3 wickets already.
Yes, 28 overs completed, 113 for 3. I think West Indies will want to make sure the next 22 overs doesn't go for more than 100 runs. So I think whereas England would be looking to really push it up in the last 22 overs.
Yeah, so this match is in a very delicate position right now. And I say delicate from the context that the West Indies would want to smother the run scoring ability of England, and England would want to just up the tempo while maintaining the wickets and score as many as possible. But they don't have to be indiscreet. They've got to be prudent, cause for sagacious performance on the part of the batsman here. Well bowled. Bell, who's into his 5th, none for 13 so far. So I think all of the bowlers have been economical. I'm sure that the coaching staff and Captain Dawn will be very happy with the overall performance of his bowlers in these 3 matches played so far.
Yeah, he has kept it tight, and you could see that they actually bowl into a plan. And Bell has kept it really tightly. As you said, just 13 runs coming off. He's into his 5th over.
Yeah, they've done really well on good surface. Can't criticize the pitch for playing untoward. There's been no devil. It's not been keeping low. The carry has been good. So I don't think any of the players can criticize this pitch negatively. They get a comfortable single. So to me, I would say, Rival, this is a great opportunity at 115 for 3 for England to show what mettle they have. Can they, with the remaining 21.2 overs, get up to about 6 runs per over of this last 21?
So we have only seen probably the first eight batters for England that would have batted so far. I think they lost the bottom half of the batting we haven't seen much of. I think they agree with you that they will want to push on, they will want to step it up. But the bowling now really doesn't allow them to do so. But I think Bell has been spot on and bowling rather tightly. It's just probably the singles and the twos we are seeing. It's important that West Indies try to avoid the boundaries. And I think so far both bowlers are doing pretty well.
Yeah, with the over coming to an end, so some 29 overs gone. But the batters would have to be their confidence level. They've got to believe in themselves. And I know so many players these days, you hear them in interview talking about backing themselves. Well, here's a fine opportunity for you to back yourself. And that confidence level's got to rise. And you've got to believe in yourself, hey, we can do this. You've lost 2 already. You can't go down. You can't lose a 3rd. Not today. They've got to say, hey, this got to be our day. Coming forward and looking to drive through mid-wicket. The ball inadvertently goes down to fine leg. And they will come back for the 3rd. Now, that's good running. Very good running indeed. For a moment, it looked as though it's going to be 2. It was going to be 2. Saw the opportunity for the 3rd. And took off. Fine running. And that's the kind of spirited cricket and running you'd want from your batsmen. Well run.
Yeah, another good delivery by Laws, and batsman looking to drive. Coming off the inside edge and just passing close to the leg stump. They've been able to pick up 3 runs. Again, good bowling.
Yeah, it's been a really good performance by the unorthodox left-hander. 1 for 18. One of the things about left arm unorthodox, of course, is sometimes they pull the deliveries down too short, and they could be pulled or cut, as the case may be. But they go through for a very quick single and they get it. The other thing about it is that you're not sure where the ball is going to go, or whether it's going to come into the batsman or whether it's going to turn away. So there's always a bit of a guessing game.
Yeah, at one time you probably could have read by the hand, so it was much more difficult.
And of course, there are some, as they go through for a single, there are some bowlers that tend to keep the action similar. In the past, you have some bowlers, for example, when they're going to conventional leg spinner, bowling the googly, the arm will come closer to the air. Some of these bowlers now, they're trying to have similar action and allow the ball to come in or go away, as the case may be.
Yeah, it's much easier facing a leg spinner than a bowler googly. You probably would be able to pick that, but these sort of Chinaman googly bowlers is a lot more difficult, and that's why I think they are so dangerous if they are pitching well.
Looking to sweep, ball cannons into the pad. There's a stifle appeal for leg before. Over comes to an end. So it's 120 for 3, 120 for 3, 30 overs gone.
Yeah, another good over. Loss just finishing his 6th over and only going for 20 and picking up the important wicket in the spell. Really has been producing really a good bowling performance. He has bowled 6 overs, and one would expect he probably gonna look to bowl right through. We saw Carter just coming on and bowl a few overs. One would expect that he too is going to come back. And then we also have Pollard. Some of the main bowlers that don't come back. But I think West Indies is keeping things really tightly the way they would want to. And would really be hoping that England doesn't pass maybe 200, 220.
6 overs used so far, and you can see a pattern. Of course, of the lot, Carter has been the minimal, just the 3 overs. But I believe that Dawn has used his bowlers very well. Pollard 5, Rasha 5, Bell 5, Mill 5, and Mill 6, and Law 6. So he is being consistent with his bowlers. None of them can complain of being overworked. Gets into line and pulls that down to the deep backward square. All the way it's gone for 4. Short delivery and onto the back foot, got inside and pulled it nicely. Deserved shot there, deserved boundary by Mayers. He's got to 21. And England, they've gone to 125 for 3.
Yeah, good shot by Mayers. Short delivery, and he got inside of it and hit it down to a backward square, which is vacant. And a welcome boundary. We haven't seen much boundary being scored in the last few overs, so it's a welcome boundary for England.
They're going to come back for the second run this time. They do so, and they get there quite comfortably. So there's quite a bit of open space, and they've got to capitalize on the spaces now with the field reasonably spread. There are gaps there. You've got to know to play with angles and how to create opportunities for scoring. And we expect, yes, there will be dot balls, but how you are able to just pierce the field and look for gaps going to confirm how skillful a player you are. And that's why the really good players, they've got the ability. I always believe that one of the best exponents of finding the gap was Brian Lara. Oh, he was so good at it. And sometimes it calls Rafael just for a little bit of closing of the blade or opening of the blade, and sometimes playing it straight between two players, two fielders. We'll get a single. So Mayers is now gone on to 24. So it's not always about how aggressive you are, like our current senior players, and I do criticize them quite a bit because in the shorter version of the game, there are just too many dot balls. Well bowled. So Bell completing what would be his 6th over. What was that, Rafael? I think you're pointing something out.
Yeah, well, actually, the umpire had to step in here. I think that the ball was thrown back. Was thrown back by the bowler there and really hit the batsman, and who just walked out. Just aggression shown by Bell as the ball was thrown back to him, and actually picked up the ball and threw it. I think it's all intentionally. But struck the batsman who walked up to him. Yes. The umpire quickly had to get involved.
Yeah, well, umpire Brassett, of course, who's experienced there, would obviously intervene and did the right thing there, just to talk to Bell and say, hey, you got to be careful about this. And sometimes it's the aggression in the fast bowler, not ill-intended, but I've seen cases where bowlers are were a bit deflated, not having picked up a wicket, and gets to them and they would do something like that. But all is well. Everything is okay. I hope there is no bad blood out there. Can't afford for that. The series has been played pretty well so far. Driven up to long off and gets a single. So while you want to ensure, Rafael, that the match, the game is played as competitively as possible, you want to ensure that there is no bad blood. The respect for opponents, the respect for the game is necessary. So vitally important. Short delivery, gets onto the back foot, gets a single. 130 now for 3. Extras have not been bad. In fact, 13, that's something that the Englishmen would have to look at. The West Indians have bowled 1 no ball, 8 wides. You'd expect the wides in the abbreviated version of the game to be the healthiest contributors to extras, but certainly not no balls. They will come back for the second run, turn down to backward square. The return comes into Francis. low to the base. And the batsman had opportunity to cross for two. So 2 more to Mayers, who's gone to 27. And this is going to be a very important stand for these two and for England.
And it's one of the feature of the England batters, the running between the wicket really have been very, very good. Picking up them 2 runs, the ball actually going down to that long leg position. But we can speak about the running, that has been really good.
Yes, you've got to commend them. They've done very well, every opportunity for the singles. They've turned 1 into 2s and 2s into 3s. That's important. And you cannot underrate or underemphasize rather how important it is for batters to understand the value of running between the wickets. You've got to run hard. Yes, I understand if a single, a ball is pushed out on the offside and you know it's going to be a single, there obviously won't be 2. You could conserve energy. But if there's opportunities for 2, you've got to go after it. Looking to pull that 2 mid-wicket, gets it just to the mid-wicket fielder to complete the over. So at the end of 32 overs, it's 132 for 3, 132 for 3, with the run rate 4.13.
Yeah, and a good position. I think West Indies would have kept it well, kept it tight. He said before they seem to be bowling to a plan. We have spin from one end and we have medium pace from the other end. I think White Bell have been keeping things fairly tightly at this commentary booth end. We saw the attacking loss coming from the southern end, and he already would have bowled some 7 overs, pick up 1 for 24. So have been good going. England having really to fight, not being given the opportunity to really free their arm. But at 132, I think, and some 32 overs, they have been doing very well.
Gets a comfortable single as the ball is pushed out. The square on the offside. So 133 now for 3. Somebody, Reef, has got to come big for England now. Who is that person that would lift his finger, raise his hand and say, today is my day? Now, could this be the batter taking strike? Could it be Mayers? He's 27. Pushed onto the back foot by Pollard, who's brought back for a new spell into his 6th over. None for 15 so far. But somebody's got to raise his hand and say, this is my day, this is my time, this is my match. And who's going to do that for England? And they've got to do this today. This is the 3rd match of the series. They're down under. They're 2-0. And here's a fine opportunity for this man who is taking strike to do it. Gets inside and pulls well down to the boundary. That's gone for 4. That's a good shot. Got inside the line very quickly and hit it early too in front of square. And there's a sweet song of the bat. Oh, he really pivoted very well and pulled it nicely in front of square for 4. Fine shot. Just said that he has to be the man.
Yeah, good shot. Short his delivery. Hit forward the square for 4. And I think, as you said, we'll need a lot more of this. But I think that with some 17 overs after this, I think they still probably have a few overs just to push it around, because they are not being allowed to get off to any quick scoring. They can push it around for the next few overs. Maybe after the next 3-4 overs, they'll probably begin to really find a way to step it up.
Good judgment here on the part of Mayers. Left that alone. Pollard, who has captured 4 wickets in the series so far, has bowled lively and has bowled quite accurately too.
Yeah, he has, and he also has shown that even after his first spell, he can come back and cut the pace down and bowl good line and length.
Pitched outside the off stump and onto the back foot. Went Mayers and cut the ball down to the sweeper position. Gets a comfortable single. Brings up his 32nd run. So we've had no interruptions today, Rafael.
Yeah, the weather is pretty good.
Yes, it is.
I really don't expect that we'll have any interruption today. The groundsmen can relax a bit more. And you should be able to have the full court of the game being played today.
Ball just got onto the back foot and opened the face of the bat and glided it down to Van Long there in the third man boundary, and they get a comfortable single. Yeah, it could be so frustrating for everyone when there are starts and stops. When the ground staff got to bring those heavy covers on manually, I dare say, and the umpire's got to be out there to supervise everything. And but today it's a very good day, good, clean, clear weather. 139 for 3 as Mayers not out 32. Falconer playing a supportive role on 10. The players are refreshing themselves, and just in case you missed it, well, Dawkins was caught Fontaine of the bowling applause of 41, 66 balls, 86 minutes, 3 fours, batted very well, a strike rate of 61. Mohammed also batted very well, but he didn't go on, was caught Carter of the bowling of Miller for 18. And Moores, who was there, tragically run out, caught behind rather, for 25. Good catch by Francis. 25, 39 balls, and struck 1-4. So Mayers and Falconer, so far they've put on 42 invaluable runs. And they should set the stage for some repair work there for this England team. And with the score now at 139 for 3, 139 for 3, Rafael, you're going to give us your thoughts as to, well, maybe what this total may end up and what England would like to have. And Clyde John will join you.
Well, England at 139 for 3, I think they still boast of some very good batters in the middle, as we have seen in previous game. The bottom of Ahmed, Falconer, who has shown his quality, very good player. I think Ben Mayers. They still do have batting to come. And therefore, at 139 for 3, I think we're still looking at them getting over 250, I think, which would be, a competitive score, knowing what we have seen from the West Indies in the 2 games that would have gone before. So it's just a matter of, they maybe take the next 2-3 overs after the 36 over, maybe then they could start maybe looking to change the tempo in terms of scoring faster. We would have seen, as I welcome back Clyde, West Indies in that second game, I think where they had to get up to 191 for victory. And we would have, at one time it looked as though they would have been struggling to get there. But they only took 2-3 overs. And we saw the batting of, I think it was the batting of Van Lang, who would have helped change that situation. And they still were able to win with balls remaining. So I think they can still feel good that they have only lost 3 wickets, even though it's 33 overs. But with the batting that they has, I think they can still feel that they're in a position to press on to get in probably in the region of 260, 275.
Well, I'll tell you what, Rafael, the wicket is really playing good. And so with this type of wicket and the sun is out and no much delay, no much break, certainly 200, 250 maybe 270 will be a really decent total with a platform like this.
So we're about to continue after the water break. And Laws, who has already bowled 7 overs, picked up 1 for 24. He's going to continue his bowling continues from that southern end. And Caleb Falconer, he's on 10. Hitting that one in the cover region. Just shortish in length there. And he was able to get on his back foot and place it to cover. Picking up another single. 140 over number 34. There is no slip, just short third man. Quick cover, long off on the boundary. So there's no sweep on the boundary. Mid wicket, short mid wicket. Backward square on the boundary, mid wicket on the boundary, long on the boundary, and a mid on. So 5 fielders on the leg side, 4 on the offside. Now the mid wicket is being pushed a little bit straighter. Turn down to long leg. And Clyde, we've seen that Lords is really showing a lot of control, not being strained much, as one would expect with leg spinners and so forth. But he's keeping it really tightly. 1 for 26 so far.
Yeah, certainly bowling well, Laws. He didn't pick up a wicket in the second game, which was rain affected. He bowled some 6 overs for 37 runs. But certainly getting an opportunity to really put his head down and bowl some good deliveries, he has done so.
Key, the batsman is forced just to defend.
So really a much better display from him today. Picking up the 1 wicket, but he has touched down on some really good areas, really bringing the batter forward. A number of chances, you know, just going past the bat, where you really was hoping that maybe the fielders would, you know, the batters rather, could have just been out of that crease a little bit, but he has touched down on some really teasing areas. And this is what you want from a bowler of his quality, where he gets the one to go away from you, gets one to go in. And so you always keep the batter doubting, you know, what happens next.
So that completes the over. Just going for 2 runs in that over. This 141 for 3. 34 overs completed. And West Indies will really want to keep a tight rein on the England batters. Both Mayers and Falconer will have really different ideas.
Yeah, while at this stage they seem to have a level of control, they will want to just tighten up the screws, make sure that the balls are not getting to the boundary. So you see here, dot ball. And again, a little bit wide, just giving some room there to Falconer, to Mayers rather. But you want to just keep him playing in that V, as we would say to the young players. Keep them playing in the V, you know, where the chances of really scoring quickly is inhibited.
Yeah, the bowlers bowl into a plan. There's a backward point or the square cover, and as the ball was cut to point, attack again outside the off stump. And Mayer's just having a look at it, but you can definitely plan just to hit that off stump line. There's a third man right back. There's a cover point and just about 3/4 way to the boundary. There's a backward point cover and mid off. And Pollard is trying to keep his line off stump line.
I think Pollard will be looking for a wicket here. I think skipper Don brought him back. He'll bring back your ace bowler to try and maybe just break that partnership with his threatening 44 runs. And one would hope that he can certainly dismiss and maybe a Mays or Falconer who we've seen can really be destructive. Falconer has really had some good scores in the series so far.
So we see the first ball that probably would have just stayed on a bit. They continue to attack. Probably just outside the off stump. Maybe could have been a slower delivery. Didn't get up as much. But again, his line continued to bowl really off stump line. And just short of a length. So it doesn't give the batsman the room to come forward and drive, or even enough room to go back and maybe to pull or to hit square. And that's the sort of length I think you'd be happy in bowling. The pitch is playing very well. So a length will be important. So you're going to left arm around the wicket. Again, full. Just missing the off stump there. Ball right up. Again, probably Falconer prepare himself for the shorter delivery. This one was right up to him. And he made no contact.
Yeah, a bit of bluff in there. He would have delivered one just off a good length. And this time, seeing the movement, I think he saw the movement from Falconer. And so just decided to pitch it up full pitch. Not really give him that time to swing.
Once again, right up in the block hole, and he could only come down on it and push it down to mid-on. And again, he completes another good over. And that is his 7th over, and none for 22. So at the end of that over, 142 for 3 after 35 overs.
142 for 3 it will be in the West Indies' mind a good position to be in at this stage. You have only 15 overs remaining. Will want to make sure that whoever you finish the innings with understands the need to keep the scoring rate to a minimum.
Yeah, Laws will continue his 9th over. One expect that he will complete his spell. Again, good length. See signal from the umpire. Yeah, just coming off the pad, high up on the pad as the ball turned into the right-handed Falconer. Picking up a leg by.
Yeah, it's certainly good to see Laws and the amount of turn that he has been able to get, the amount of bongs that he's been able to pull from the surface, and it just causes you to wonder how would the English spinners go. We've seen Ahmed and in the last game get quite a good bit of turn, and so it seemed to be turning a bit more.
I don't want to expect it probably going to tunnel and maybe bounce out, but probably you get a little more bite. As you're seeing, this is the 3rd game on this pitch. But it continues to play very well. Really hit down to with a long leg position. Again, May's going for the sweep shot and probably taking high up on the bat. Just more or less loving over the keeper's head, going down to that long leg position. He picked up 2 runs, but really not in control.
Yeah, really not in any sort of control there, Mays. The ball just coming off the top edge, inducing a false shot there. You can see the need to pick up the scoring. That I think it has the whole stadium stunned. Everyone wondering what has happened, but certainly we can tell you that he's been bowled by Vital Laws. Look at this delivery as it pitches on the leg stump, and what a jaffa! It swings right across, hitting the off stump. A really awesome delivery.
Yeah, well, certainly that we were puzzled. Really has been a tremendous delivery. We saw him cover up. We saw nothing after. As we look at the replay here, we see him covering up here, and that ball really turning him around and hit the off stump. A tremendous delivery, and again it speaks to his quality of bowling. If he is pitching, he can create tremendous problem, and certainly Meze getting a beauty. And was bowled by Laws.
I'll tell you what, as any type of spinner that can generate, that you look at that wicket and it brings to mind Shane Warne in his glory days, you know, just getting that ball just to turn, and we would say turning an S.
Yeah, but interestingly, we didn't see any big form of excitement. So it really has been a good one. The exception of the bowler, you know, not much excitement. Didn't indicate that something would have happened. So West Indies picking up another wicket, 146 for 4. The captain, Fahan Ahmed, comes into strike. Ahmed, captain, wearing his number 97 shirt. And Laws in his 9th over, just picking up his 2nd wicket. $146 for 4. We are just one delivery short of the 36th over. Now a slip comes into play.
Yeah, I can certainly see the slip coming into play. New batter, the ball is turning. You can certainly see that slip. Maybe just waiting there to gobble up something.
And that has been the end of another fine over bowled by Laws. 9 overs, no mean 29 runs, 2 wickets. And really has shown what tremendous ability that style of bowling really would have pushed the English team back. That they really was not able to get off to the sort of fast start that they would have wanted to.
Yeah, really just keeping the English under wraps here. Is the West Indies under 19. Laws completing his 9th over, really picking up a really brilliant wicket there. I mean, it was just a beautiful delivery. And so they certainly have the stranglehold, and the run rate not really getting to that sort of place where we saw it in the previous matches. We had as far as a run rate of 6.25 at one time during the English innings. No, it's constant at just around 4.
Russia picks up the attack. Ball is hit over cover, and they're going to come back for 2 runs here. Ball pitched up, and Falconer hitting it over cover. Didn't get hold of it as I think he wanted to, but was able to pick up 2 runs. So Raka in the 6th over, so far none for 27. And the offside field continues with 1 fielder out on the boundary, sweeper. This one is played firmly to cover point. Ball traveling rather quickly but straight to the fielder. There's a third man, a point cover, and a mid-off, let's see, just outside of the circle. Hit down to cover again, shortish outside the off stump.
Yeah, that delivery just seemed to be a little bit too wide there from Racha, just giving that bit of room and that width so that the batters can free their arms. You really want to keep it a bit closer, maybe just causing them to wonder you know, if they should really push at it. So he needs to just come a little closer.
Ahmed prepare for his first delivery. Beaten outside the off stumps. Just staying down a little bit as Ahmed looked to push it somewhere on the offside.
Certainly, this is what we're talking about. That's the length and the line that you want. Ahmed just a bit uncertain. He was tentative and not really being able to really decide to go into the full-blooded drive. He was just pushing.
Yeah, did get some bat onto this one. I think this is what he wanted to do in the previous delivery, probably just to run it down to third man. He made no contact. This one went to backward point. I feel coming around quickly. Pushes down to the cover fielder who comes off the boundary. Again, Amble a single. I think this go to 150. 150 in some 37 overs. And I think from here on, England probably would want to try and begin to push on, begin to increase the scoring rate.
Well, it's quite contrasting compared to the first ODI and even the second ODI. The partnerships in the middle overs, it will really blossom. They were able to really pick up some quick boundaries and really put some pressure. But today, it doesn't seem that way. It just seemed to have been slowed. It has been a controlled procession in terms of run scoring by the English. And kudos has to be given to the West Indian bowlers.
150 for 4 into the 38th over. And Lords in his final over. He had a tremendous spell. His 10th over, 2 for 29. Has really made run scoring difficult for the English batters. His line has been very good. Once again, and that's through him. Oh, appeal and leg before. As that ball went through Ahmed there, and he looking to play across the line. Just seemed to have missed that one into the pads. And umpire upheld that decision. It's another breakthrough.
Yeah, that one coming back at him. What a delivery. Really had Ahmed guessing there. The previous delivery went away. And this one came back in. And Ahmed looking for the big shot. And gone LBW.
Yeah, it has been tremendous bowling. You know, I guess he probably was playing for the leg spinner. You could see me looking to play, expecting the leg spinner. And that one came back. And just hit the back pad on the inside. And umpire had no hesitation. Again, tremendous bowling by Laws.
I tell you what, if this youngster continues to play the way he's playing, he's going to be a really, really problematic bowler. It somewhat reminds me of the Kuldeep Yadav and these fellas, when they came on the scene, you know, fellas really was trying to figure out exactly what they're doing.
Yeah. Abdul Kader and the rest of the spinners. And it's pleasing to the eyes to see this youngster bowling the way he's bowling. England being pushed back, 150 for 5. And Ralphie Albert, we haven't seen much of him. Obviously, it will be a challenge. Just 4 more deliveries from Lords. But he has created problem right through this inning. And now reaping the benefit.
Can see this confidence there. He's really on a high now.
Another good one that left Albert. Pitching on really a good length, and we can see the amount of assistance he's getting from the pitch.
Well, if you can see it, he's really keeping the batters guessing here. Albert was not too sure of the previous delivery. This time, this one just a bit shorter. And so he had enough time to really see what is happening. But trust me, he has really been bowling and bowling well, Laws. So Captain Don will really hope that he may have had an opportunity. Had this be a two-day match, he might have been happy.
550 loss in his final. Again, missing his run. We have seen it happen in this over. This is for the second time. He only has 3 deliveries remaining. You would have happy to know probably if he had another 5. Just 3 deliveries.
Yeah, certainly he wants to make sure that these 3 deliveries count. And
England will be happy to see him off.
Could be a bit nerve-wracking there. As the batter not sure what has to come, what is going to come at you.
Yeah, this one just strain a little bit on the legs, but again you see the turn. Probably pitch maybe on a wrong leg stump, but turned further down the leg side. So let's see, probably going to bowl leg spinner this time. Yes, going further away. And the batsman having to reach for it. Again, not reading. Just also not to what direction he's going. His final delivery. So far, 4 for 30. And push on the offside. And that completes a tremendous spell by Loss. 10 overs, no maidens, 30 runs, 4 wickets. And really, he has put a stranglehold on England batting.
Well, that was just brilliant, brilliant spin bowling there from Vital Laws. I really had the batters guessing. They were definitely in a quandary, getting that ball to go in, to go out, and even to straighten. And so certainly he will be pleased with his day's work. 10 overs, 30 runs, an economy rate of just 3 runs per over. I mean, this really is significant for Laws. I would make it this would be his best bowling spell in the West Indies Maroon.
Yeah, has been really a good bowling spell on what has been a good batting wicket. All credit as Russia continues push on the offside. A lot of credit has to go to the West Indies bowlers in terms of how they really kept focus and really kept to their plan of not making it very easy for the English batters. Push on to mid on by Falconer. One more to score, 152 for 5.
Yeah, the scoring rate not really as exciting as we saw it in previous games, and so one must credit the bowlers. And this is where we feel I'm wondering if the West Indians team and staff is really concerned in terms of we've seen them in the field in the first 3 games taking the first bowl, but are they going to put themselves in a position where the bowling has to respond to the total set? And we've not really seen that. We've seen the batters, they've come up well and been able to win the first 2 games, but we've not seen the challenge in terms of can the bowling really withstand that sort of pressure. So it will be something that they would want to take into consideration.
Again, not timing, ball bouncing down to that mid-on area. Falcon again looking for the drive. Yes, this being just a third game, I think they will want to make sure that that this team is all rounded, give them every opportunity to perform, whether they're batting first, or whether they have to chase or they have to defend. And one would think so far, the bowling efforts last two games have been very good. Push the mid-wicket, ball coming into right-handed Albert. And play to mid-wicket for a single. They're doing it in singles. Not really being given the opportunity. Not much bad delivery has been bowled. So England have been made to work hard. Pull to mid-wicket, and this one goes down to the boundary for 4. Short delivery, and really a good shot. Falconer getting into position very quickly, hit it all along the ground. And the fielder on the deep backward square really had no chance. But that's a good positive shot played by Falconer.
Yeah, it needs to be at this stage. He's been able to get among the scores, and so he will want to begin to really show the ability that he has. First ODI, he had a 42 not out, and in a rain-infused innings, he was able to score 44. And so we know that he has the ability to hit the boundaries and strike the cricket ball pretty powerfully. I think this stage here, a lot more of this will be needed.
So Rasha completed over. He's had none for 37 in 7 overs. Falconer moves to 21. Albert. He's bringing the face. We're probably going to see a change from that southern end with Laws completing his spell. And Miller, we have seen so far, going for 21 in his 6 overs, pick up the first wicket. And he's going to bowl to the right-handed Albert. Hit in the air, just over the mid-on fielder. And the comeback for 2 there. Looking to drive, and again seemed to start with a slower delivery, probably as he probably did in his first spell. And picking up a wicket. This one just went wide of the mid-on fielder, who is now pushed down to a long-on position. And the long leg fielder coming in, you'll want to come into the circle. 161 for 5. We're into the 40th over. Played down to mid-wicket. Again, Amble another single.
Yeah, the single's not really helping the English cause. It keeps the scoreboard ticking over. I think if you want to put a really challenging total on the board, you need to start thinking about clearing the boundary with some sort of consistency.
I don't think West Indies would be too unhappy with the singles. Again in the air, and this one would have gone straight to where the mid-on was. Fielder has been pushed long on. Again, you've seen a variation there, slower delivery.
No, it's all right there.
Yeah, Miller showing that he's a thinking cricketer. Just looking to keep that attack to the stumps. Most of the delivery so far in the over has been attacking the stumps.
Again, comes off the edge, goes down to the fielder backward square on the boundary. Looking for the drives, Albert. The ball coming in, taking the inside half of the bat. 164. Very cool condition, quiet period. Again, ball pitching right up. Just again hit down to long on. So there's rotation every delivery as they pick up another single.
Again, with the exception of the couple deliveries that hit the inside edge, most of the deliveries from Miller has been hit down to that mid-on region. And so it tells you that he's really working to keep that line and length and keep that pressure on.
Clip down to backward square for 4. Good shot. This one just sliding down the leg side and picked up really nicely by Albert and dunked in that vacant position and picking up another welcome boundary.
Yeah, really releasing the pressure there. Albert, badly lined delivery by Miller to close off the over. I really wanted that delivery to be a bit more onto the off stump, where it would pose more challenge, but it was on the line of the legs and really just clipped nicely. Really beautiful shot. Good balance from Albert and picking up a much needed boundary.
So 169, we have 40 completed over. So we have just seen the signal for the last 10 overs. 169 for 5. West Indies on the 19 would have done very well. As Bell come back for his 7th over, just missing his run there. So far, bowled 6 overs, none for 23.
Well, the English will hope to maybe achieve a run rate of just about 6.5. Maybe just to get past the 220, 225, 230, which will be a sort of respectable total. Given the stranglehold that they've had on them, I think this in their view, it just may be a respectable total.
Yeah, I was seeing that they would have been happy to get up to 275. Well, it had to be some really tremendous batting from here, maybe to get the next 10 overs. They would probably need to get close to 100 if they're going to get up to that score. It's over 100. 170 for 5, over number 41. And Bell, who is in his 7th over. Again, ball played down to this square leg fielder on the boundary. So again, the singles.
Yeah, the singles are not really going to hurt the West Indian cause. Though they may prefer to get the wicket, but it's all part of the day's work. And they will be happy with that position and hope for that they can just keep the singles coming.
Pulled and hit this one down to, again, mid-wicket. There's a fielder on the mid-wicket boundary. Again, another single. So the captain, Don, would be probably happy with the situation at the moment. He also do have options. We have Paula still 3 overs, Rasha 3. Miller has 3 more overs, and then we have Carter, who we've only seen for a short period, just 3 overs.
Again, yeah, options are there, and just have to hope that they understand and they can stay with the game, you know, and really keep that pressure on.
Projected score just so 213. And again, that backward point fielder, straight to the fielder. You can see Falconer is looking to move back, give him some room to pick the gap between the backward point and the third man, which is wide on the boundary.
Yeah, just needed to be a little later in terms of that shot.
Once again, pulled down to that mid-wicket area. The fielder comes down. And again, restricting the batsman to 1 run. That's Rasha on that mid-wicket boundary. So again, that complete another over by Bell. He has none for 28 in 7 overs. And England 174 for 5. We have 41 overs completed.
Yeah, just another 9 overs remaining, and certainly the Windies will be happy. Falconer is showing signs that he wants to let loose here, and we know that he can hit it. One just hopes that for the English scores, he will be able to really just get a few off the middle.
Yeah, he looks the aggressor of the two. We've seen quite a bit of him in previous games.
Yeah, 26 of 39 so far. Is Falconer again getting a good start.
So Pollard picking it up from that southern end. And he's going to go around the wicket to the right hand at Falconer. Just making sure his fielders are in the right position. So he bowled a short fine leg, the backward square on the boundary. Ball played down to a long on position. They come back for 2. Again, good running. The England batsmen have been really running well, picking up 2 there. There have been a lot of running for the fielder at long on, who is wide. But this was played more mid-wicket. Had some running to do. 2 more to the score, 176. Falconer pushes to 28.
Well, you can see it from the field set that Pollard is looking to keep the ball up to the bat.
This one is played just straight out to the man at long on, so they amble another single. So the field for Pollard on the offside. There's third man right back. There's backward point, fine, cover on the boundary, cover and a long off. Concentration, we just off stump. This one again, straight down the leg side. Taking down the leg side. Probably just clip the pad. There's no sign from the umpire. So as this go down the leg side, probably just clip the pad or part of his body.
Yeah, again, so Pollard just looking to keep it full and straight. Hoping to get the Yorkers in.
It's wide and seemingly comes off the edge. Let's wait for the signal as it crosses the rope. Yeah, just come off the edge there, that delivery. Leaving the right-handed batter as he looked to play and just probably take the top of the bat edge. Just past the wicket-keeper and went down just past the keeper to and went down to the third man boundary for 4.
Well, he really drew the batter into that shot. The previous 3 deliveries have been pitched right up full and straight, and this time a slower delivery just outside the stump, and you can see Albert there committed to the shot, getting the edge but eluding the keeper.
So welcome boundary, 181.
Again, going back to that full and straight length.
Just giving the batsman one opportunity, just hit down to mid-on. And you pick up another single. Yeah, picked up Holland in his 8th over.
He doesn't have a wicket to his name.
Again wide, and this one is played down to backward point. Laws coming off the boundary, again another single. So doing it in singles, they have picked up boundary in that over. Pollard none for 31 in 8 overs, 183 for 5, and we have 42 completed overs.
Yeah, 183, a run rate of 4.36. Windies will be happy. I think they have really worked hard, the bowling unit, just to try and ensure that they restrict the boundary scoring and restrict the free flow of the batters. One must give kudos to Laws and his spell. I think he really contributed well.
Full toss, hit down to long off, just go over the fielder's head there, and that first maximum of the inning. Full toss, and well played by Falconer, but just cleared the long off fielder. That he jumped but was not able to get a hand to it.
Yeah, Falconer had to ensure that he got good connection because the fielder was on the boundary. He backed himself and certainly will be happy with the reward of 6 good-looking runs.
That's Captain Don at long off. Another full toss. Hit down to long on this time. The complete single.
Again, looking to keep it full and straight. Just overcompensating there, Bell. But the intent is there to make sure that these two fielders, long on and long off, come into play as much as possible.
190. We are in the 43rd over, and one would expect that England would make really an effort to increase the scoring rate. They are going at 4.49. We want to get it up to at least 6. Short ball swung down to mid-wicket, and this one going to beat the mid-wicket fielder, goes across the rope, and another good shot, short delivery, and Albert quickly into position and pulling it down to mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah, good result there for Albert, looking to just keep the scoreboard ticking. He moves to 21 off 16, so he's been striking it well. And really, this is the sort of impetus that the English need at this point in time.
This player has put on 44, which means they probably should have a good feel of what has been thrown at them. And now they are making efforts to increase the run rate. Full toss again and hit straight. The long on fielder having to do some running. Again, didn't get hold of that full toss. Was able to pick up a single.
Yeah, Bell not able to really get the Yorkers going. Third attempt at the Yorker, and has been 3 full tosses. One of which has been dispatched for 6. And the other 2 picking up singles. But certainly the intent to keep it there. You hit, I miss mentality is there.
Right, driven past the extra cover fielder. They don't pick up 2 here. The longer fielder had to move. As Don had to move really quickly to his left. This has been a good over for the English team. 197. And Falconer goes up to 39. Some 14 runs already in this over with 1 delivery to go.
Yeah, certainly a bit of pressure being applied to the bowlers there by this pair. And this is what you want. This is what one would expect, that from here on in they can really keep that run rate up above 6. It means that they will get a sort of total that could put a bit of challenge to the batters.
Straight to backward point, that completes the over. And a bell known for 42 in 8. It's 197 for 5 after 43 overs.
Yeah, really. Still a good position for the Windies, and they will feel happy. What has to happen now is that they need the bowlers to really close off the innings and close it off well. And just hope that they can maybe restrict them to under 250.
Yeah, I think they will really want to do that.
Albert, change the bowling.
Wouldn't want them to get above maybe 250. So Pollard has completed 8 overs. Now Rasha, who has bowled 7 overs, going to pick up the attack from that southern end. He has gone for 37 in the 7 overs. Field widely spread. Mid-wicket fielder is coming probably closer to the umpire. Let's see where he will position himself.
Let's go again.
Just backward square and a short fine leg. Ball is just plays past the point fielder. And the coming back for 2 again. A good run in by this pair, picking up 2 runs there. Just teared past the point fielder. And the fielder in the boundary. He didn't have much to run, but wasn't able to cut off the second run.
Yeah, good placement there by Albert.
Clip down to mid-wicket. Again, just dropping 1 bounce before the fielder at mid-wicket coming in. Again, another single that brings up the 200. 200 for 5, 43.2 overs. England in the next 6 overs. Ready to want to probably add the next 50 to that score. A lot will depend on this pair if it's going to happen. Falconer in particular. He's on 39 into strike. Little adjustment. The third man fielder is coming up. Let's see, probably going to come into the ring. And there's a gully position, deepish also. Strange position there. Ball played to the fielder, gully fielder. And there's Camper, another single.
Well, Rafael, just in case you're from Guyana or maybe from Dominica, St. Lucia, Grenada, I just want to let you know that the Windwards Guyana match has been called off in the regional Super 50.
Again, went bouncing down to long off. Another single.
So while we enjoy good weather here, they were not so fortunate. They had a bit of rain and the wet outfield has just caused the match to be abandoned.
There had to be quite a lot of rain. We have not. Okay, this ball is pushed to mid-wicket. They're looking for 2, but fielder coming in really quickly off the boundary, limited them to 1. 1 more. The Falconer is 41. We do know that Guyana is used for a lot of rain, but based on the quality of field that we have now, for it to be called off, it really had to be a lot of rain. As you know, Guyana do have sand-based field like Grenada. Probably it's constant rain. 1 more to the score, 203 for 5. 41. Falcon and Albert is on 27 as we come to the end of that over from Russia. A quick over, known for 44 in 8 overs.
Yeah, 50 partnership by this pair means that they have a good launching pad there. They may want to just look to clear the ropes a bit more. The overs they've been scoring pretty freely in terms of the ones and twos. It just needs maybe a flurry of boundaries just to make things look a bit better.
So 204 for 5 after 44 overs. Falcon again playing another good inning, 41 from 48 deliveries. Albert 27 from 21 deliveries, so his strike rate has been very good. Ball hit down to mid-wicket area again. The fielder lost coming off the boundary, limiting the batsman to 1. They will want more than just picking up the singles. As Pollard into his 9th over, coming from this pavilion in on northern end of the ground. And this one is hit down to cover, and the fielder coming up off the boundary made a good stop as that ball went down to that extra cover boundary. And the fielder coming off the boundary there in Fourteenth. Yes, dive into his right, make a good stop, limited the batsman to 2. Really a stop boundary there.
This is good outstanding stuff from Don, using Pollard to help to control
this one
the
is
innings.
lifted. Where does this also down to the long on and down to the fielder who takes a simple catch. Really a good blue stroke there. Looking to force this one over long on, and ball hit down to the fielder. I think just to get his name there, Van Lang, and who accepted a catch. Another good blue stroke there by the West Indies. The wicket of Albert.
Yeah, again, a good time to get a wicket. I was just commenting that Dawn has done well in terms of his use of Pollard to help to control the scoring rate, control the innings, and the hard work that all the other bowlers have done. And so he's rewarded there with his first wicket. I mean, and really, this is good thinking.
Yeah, as he came around the wicket, you could see him just kind of focusing on. I think there was a bit of variation there in that he had to reach for it a bit and was not able to clear that long on fence. Again, it goes back to the plan on how the West Indies would have attacked. Discipline in terms of how they bowl against the English batters.
Yeah, Falconer will certainly feel undone. I mean, this is his 3rd score, 40 in 3 matches, and all 40. He had 42 in the first match, 44 in the second, 43 in the third, and just unable to get past that 50-run mark.
Yeah, he did play a good inning, and that was a player he was looking forward to begin to take the attack to the bowlers. Jack Nelson replaces Falconer. Driven straight to mid-off. 207 for 6. That's an important wicket loss there for England.
Yeah, I really like this approach from Pollard. He has been full. He has really been looking to just keep it full and straight and not allow the batters to swing at anything that was short pitched.
Hit down to the sweeper. That's Fourteenth on the boundary. It's another single.
And again, just to keep you abreast of what is happening in the regional Super 50, and Barbados, they're 73 for 1. And they're responding to the Leeward Islands, who were bowled out rather cheaply. So they're Barbadians in command here. Leeward Islands getting some 137. Barbados 79 for 1. My Kyle Mess, he's still out there, been striking it well.
Let's go again.
So that's complete another over. It's 209 after 45 overs. So really, West Indies have been really doing well. Have been really do have a stranglehold on the England batters. Picked up 6 wickets.
Yeah, that stranglehold continues with some good sensible bowling. I'm really not looking to give room, and I really love the approach here. It says that they understand that this is the time for dead bowling. We got to keep it full and straight. The Yorker is still one of the toughest delivery to put away, and they've done it and done it consistently.
Jack Nelson. He's hitting this one down to square cover position and picking up 2 runs. So showing some aggression is Nelson.
Yeah, did well to get it past the diving fielder there. And just looking to pick that gap. And had he had a little bit more pace to work with, certainly may have brought him a boundary.
Again, good variation, good slower delivery bowled by Russia. As you could have seen that Nelson looking to charge him, looking for the big hit. But he held it back. And Nelson was only able to play it out to mid-on. Again, we see the thinking and the use of the variation, the use of the slower delivery.
And you want this to happen. This is what you want from this group of youngsters. You want them to be able to respond to situations. And they have a stranglehold, they know that. And they're just looking to keep the tension, keep the pressure, and not letting up.
Yeah, once again, Nelson looking for the big drive. What sensible bowling there by Russia. He slowed it up, and that shot bring it closer to him, so he didn't give him the room so that he could swing that bat. And that pass between his body and the leg stump.
Yeah, again, just being out Fox there. He went full length, this time slower delivery into the pitch, using the pitch. Back again at the full length delivery. Good thinking.
Really good cricket all around there again. Yeah, the batsman, they looking to give himself room and really had to come down hard and get it to that short fine leg. Was able to pick up another single. And that completes a 46 over. And Russia known for 59. It's 215 for 6.
Yeah, good over there by Russia. He really did well in terms of his variation and mixing up the pace. He mixed his pace, mixed his length, and what was important here and was good is that he controlled exactly what the output was.
So Nelson, he's on 5. Just faced 6 deliveries. He seemed to be the aggressor as England want to push on. This one played over the keeper head again. Looking to find ways to score. They tried probably a reverse flick. They just went over the keeper head. They pick up a single. But Bell, as he comes back into strike, again start with a slower delivery.
Yeah, we haven't really seen deliveries, much short pitch deliveries today. And I think that has helped to control the scoring rate somewhat.
Outside the off stump, looking to play. Made no contact. Seen looking to play down to third man. But again, full delivery. And the batsman having to reach for it, make no contact. But if it's one thing we would have seen is after the first game, the West Indies approach was different in terms of bowling. This will be signal as no ball. This one was again wide off the off stump, but no ball signal.
Yeah, the English batters here will be happy for that no ball. An opportunity to free the arm, maybe to really get some good connection and get a much needed boundary. Boundaries have been very few and far between.
And this one is it high down, the long off fielder comes in and take the catch, but being a free hit. Another single. Captain Don at long off.
So just 11 boundaries in this inning so far. And that speaks volume for the quality of the bowling.
Good thinking, really good thinking there. As Bell would have seen Nelson coming down the track, puts it full and wide, and he was not able to get back onto it. So really good thinking here as you come down to the end. Both batters is really looking for ways to try and score. Hit down to cover, again the cover fielder. Again had to reach to get his bat to that delivery. Just played down to that cover fielder, sweeping on the boundary. Fontaine.
Yeah, I like the thinking. I like the approach there from Bell. He understands that the batters will be coming at him. It's just having that mixed bag.
This one is swung. Away this goes down to mid-wicket boundary, goes across the rope. And a welcome boundary as Albert hitting this one. Really wasn't to the pitch, was able to pick it up and hit it down to a forward square leg where there was no fielder. And it went across the rope for 4.
Well, good inside edge. It really didn't make the sort of contact that he wanted. It just spewed off the edge and eluding the fielder there, Laws, who really made a good run around. But the placement, the fact that he got it wide of him, really bringing the sort of result that he wanted. Albert being the aggressor here. 4 fours in his innings, 36 from 29, and he seems to be the person who has come out and showed really the sort of intent that is needed.
This one's driven straight. They're probably going to look for 2 now, just 1. As we said, the 48th over. And Russia is in the 9th over so far, none for 51. Ball hit straight. The long off fielder having to move on quickly. So Albert on 36 come back into strike. Hit down to mid-wicket. Again, the fielder had some run into not getting hold of it. He tried to whip it somewhere over the mid-wicket boundary. So yet another single to Albert. 225 for 6. And over number 48. Again, that long off fielder comes into play again, looking to hit it somewhere over long off. Again, no timing, not to the pitch of it. Nelson again was able to pick up one.
Yeah, Racha just having that really, I love to see him. I love what I'm seeing from him. Just seem to be bringing that mixed bag. You know, he's really thinking of his deliveries, not repetitive in any way as this one.
In the air and taking that point there, that backward point. Again, he left with no choice. Albert looking to give himself room, looking to hit over the top. And again, with a slow delivery, and it just lofted up. You feel that that backward point, they just settle on it and take an easy catch. And again, England was lost. And another important wicket, the 7th wicket, 226 in the 48th over.
Well, Racha seems to be the man for the death overs. He's showing a really good control in terms of his variations. He's varying his pace, varying his lines, his lengths. He seems to know exactly what he wants to do at this stage with the ball, and that's a good sign for the young West Indians.
Yeah, have been a good bowling display. West Indies has bowled well. Restrict England 226 for 7. I think all the bowlers would have bowled well. Loss is one that would have really picked up wicket and probably would have broken the back of the English batting in terms of picking up those wickets. But then again, still being able to keep things tight, because even picking up the wickets, you know, they was not able to score off him.
Yeah, I think the fact that he had the backup of all the other bowlers really makes this display from the young West Indians one that, you know, many will feel proud of.
So Luke Hand's playing his first game. And he's preparing to face. Played nicely down to mid-wicket, and they good run in there, they come back for 2. Just take the piece off and just push it in a mid-wicket area. They was able to pick up 2. He's off the mark with 2. First delivery. On tour.
Yeah, it's good to get off the mark in your first game. It's debut game. Again, just similar area.
Yeah, really good cricket. Once again, thinking, just playing it softly in that mid-wicket area and coming back for 2. The bowler having to move from behind the stump, chase after it. And he was able to pick up 2 easy runs.
Yeah, again, good running. Not anything that would put the West Indies under too much pressure. They've been really keeping that sort of control that is necessary, and they will want to finish 2 overs to go. They will want to finish this, keeping that score just about 250.
230 for 7, 48 overs. Pollard. Be into his Final over. Yeah, swing and a miss. Again, taking all the pace off, you know. The batsman, causing the batsman really had to walk. Want to get to the ball, then to get the power that is needed. No contact was made there. Nelson was looking to swing. Okay, pitch up. They're gonna come back for 2 runs here again. Good running. The fielder, the long on fielder, having to move to his left. It has been good running.
Yeah, certainly good running there. They do need this type of running and a little bit more to get over that 250. Just psychologically going past 250 will be a boost for them.
Yeah, we're seeing the other chase. So for this one, is it where this go down to where it would be a backward square, the fielder, mid-wicket having to come around. And they pick up another 2. But again, you could see the batsman looking to get into position to really hit it. I think he was looking to hit it finer, pick up the boundary.
Well, the drama of the game of cricket certainly continues, Rafael. The first Ashes test, we saw England being bowled out for 172. And
hit down to third man. A lot of movements by Nelson, looking to really get into position to take advantage of those deliveries. But again, smart bowling by Pollard, pushing it wider. And all he could have done is stay down to a third man area and picking up a single. So again, you're trying to avoid the boundaries.
yeah, just getting back to where we were, the Ashes, first Ashes test.
This one goes where will be taken at just at a leg gully position again, and Luke Hans trying to flick it over that that leg gully position. Only he was able to get it high into the air, and the fielder coming in and take a really good catch. Again, pace off, so you really had to walk to try to get it over, and was not able to do so and taken that leg gully position.
Yeah, again, good bowling there from Pollard. Just mixing the pace up, mixing the fact that he's bowling Yorker length, one wide, one straighter. The batter looking to improvise there. Just this one, just a little bit shorter off the Yorker length, and he could only manage to scoop it. So in his first game, Hans not really making an impact with the bat, but we know him to be a good pacer. So let's see what he can offer later on.
Yeah, and to be fair, he came in at a situation where he had to get going from ball 1. Difficult position. 235 for 8. So just 7 deliveries remaining in the inning. And
yeah, with the excitement of what is happening here, I want to bring some more excitement to the fans. If you're an English supporter.
Pollard picking up his second wicket. This one is driven down to long off. The captain down, just collecting in that long off position. As the over comes to an end, now 49 overs completed, and the score being 236. I make it for 8.
Yes, so they will certainly get a break now. To just give you a quick update, England 172 all out in the first Ashes test. Stark 7 for 58. Really a good bowler. But in a twist, the Australians are 123 for 9. Ben Stokes 5 for 23. So certainly a lot happening in that first Ashes test, living up to the expectation. When you saw the 172, persons might have questioned, but certainly England doing well.
The hit down to long off, who chops the catch on. Let's see, probably went over his head, and it went for 6. Actually, he was going over his head, just trying to pull it back. But a good shot, a ball from Bell. Pitched up and lifted over long off for 6.
Yeah, good start to the innings there by Nelson.
Bell bowling the final over. Yeah, once again he's in straight. The field have come wrong, and let's see. Takes a good catch as that ball was dropping short. He came in really quickly and picking up that catch just before it hit the ground. Yet again another wicket. Good catch.
Yeah, good catch there. Good awareness by the fielder, and that I make it. Yeah, we're not seeing the number, but certainly a good catch taken.
So England has lost the 9th wicket, 241.
Yeah, not really getting up. Not really getting up to the sort of 250 mark as yet. They still have 5 deliveries in which they can do so.
Yeah, probably would be a little disappointed with the score, but credit to West Indies, they bowl well. And as we always say, that's runs on the board.
Yeah, runs on the board will be runs on the board, but looking at the approach of the West Indians in terms of their batting lineup, you definitely will back themselves to get to that total just under 250 or just around 250. Let's wait and see.
Ball going outside the off stump.
Yeah, Bell looking to complete his spell here. Has not had the best of days. I think we've seen him be a bit more economical. He's just picked up his first wicket in this over, the 10th over. So waited a very long time to get his first wicket, which is not the norm. So
yeah. Another single. That's green. I make it. Just want to. Green is no in strike, so that's one to sing. Alex Green comes in. Strike, and he's hitting that one high, and the longer fielder comes into play, had to look at it go over his head, and for another big 6, and that pushes the score to 248. Good shot.
Yeah, really good shot there by Green. He was deep in his crease, and ball just outside the stump, and was able to free the arms, and really made good connection. What he would term the golf swing, he brought it out and really got some good connection and good result. 248 for 9.
It has been a good over despite the loss of wicket. This one looking to swing, made no contact, and they run too far by, and that close off. The England innings ended on 249 for 9. England, as we know this morning, lost the toss and was asked to bat first by the West Indies.
Yeah, really. They will feel happy to have gotten to 249. It means that the West Indies, they will need 250 exactly to win this one. And at some point in time, one questioned whether they really would have gotten to this sort of total. But they have gotten there. It's left now up to the batting of the West Indies, and the changes that have been made in Green and Hands coming in, can this bowling lineup of England restrict the West Indies batting? We've seen them, West Indies, get to 240. We've seen them chase 160, 190, and they've done it with ease and with comfort. So one will hope that they can come out here and put on another good batting display.
So England asked to bat first this morning after losing toss. Ben Dawkins, he was caught by Fontaine, bowl loss for 41. Mohammed, caught by Carter, bowl Miller 18. Joe Morse, he was caught by Francis, bowl loss for 25. Ben Mears, he was bowled by loss for 36. Falconer caught Van Long, bowl Pollard for 43. Ahmed, LBW, bowl loss for 1. Albert was caught by Budu, bowl Rasha 37. Nelson, he was caught by Don of the bowling of Bell for 20. Luke Hans caught Rasha, bowl Pollard for 4. Alex Green not out 6. And Jay Singh not out 1, a total of 249 for 9. Pollard 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 41. Raka 10 overs, he 1 for 57. Bell 10 overs, 1 for 63. Miller 7 overs, 1 for 31. Carter 3 overs, none for 21. And the pick of the bowlers lost 10 overs, no maidens, 30 runs, 4 wickets. Certainly he was the pick of the day in terms of the bowling. But as you said, I think that England did well to get up 249, but have been tremendous effort by West Indies bowling on what has been a good wicket. And we certainly look forward to the response by the West Indies team, looking to chase to get 250 to win the third encounter. And until you're ready for that chase, that you have a good lunch and do join us in about 30 minutes.
And welcome back here at the National Cricket Stadium, where England locked in battle here against the West Indies, of course, on the 19th. And England getting up to a pretty good score. Started off rather slowly at first, but then got up to 249 for 9. 249 for 9. And yes, they lost wicket Rafael at regular interval. Total just on to 250 with just about 5 runs per over thereabout. I think they could be satisfied with the rare guard action.
Yeah, I think they will feel satisfied because the fact is that West Indies would have bowled very well and really strangled them. They found difficulty in scoring quickly. I think it all was because of the quality of bowling that we saw from the West Indian bowlers. They kept it very tight. But they did well to get up to 249. At one time, one was thinking that they would have been struggling to get up to 240. So with 249, they will give them some confidence going into the second part of the game.
With the first delivery, just outside the off stump. So 2 slips would be employed. Fontaine there, opening up the innings. He is due for a decent total. He's such a fine player. And they will be opening with Francis today, aren't they?
Yeah, Francis is opening the batting today. We have seen him bat in I think it's in the middle. Francis, the keeper.
Good opportunity for both batsmen to show their value and worth and to get some batting going, and how well they would utilize this opportunity. So Francis and Fontaine, both players got potential. His glove work is good, there's no question about it. Francis, he's just got to do well in front of the wicket. Delivery that brings him forward, driving out to short extra cover. They must think about a good start. Your thoughts, though, about him opening the innings this time around?
Well, I haven't seen much of Francis in terms of the batting, so very difficult to see. We've just probably seen him in this role for the first time. I think we will speak of his glove works, which is not bad, particularly to the spinner, the slow bowlers. We saw he had some difficulties when we started, some of the ball dropping from the seamers, but generally looks a good keeper.
Yes, and look rather compact with that defensive shot. Opened the blade in the process and got it across the squarish cover.
Interestingly, Jay Singh, I think it's the first time we have seen him opening the bowling for England. Does seem to have a great deal of pace.
I like the idea, though. I like what they're doing, giving all the players opportunities to showcase their ability. Here is the first run, one that is about hip height. Francis got on top of that and turned it nicely behind square. So he's off the mark. Singh got this bustling approach. Just a one slip in. Fontaine comes in to strike. There's a third man. Backward point. Cover square, extra cover mid-off, mid-on. And there is a forward square verging on mid-wicket. Good delivery. Got good height, good carry, good bounce to complete the first over of Singh. Just a 1 run coming off the first over. And just to remind you that the West Indies chasing a victory target of 250. They got 249. This should turn out to be a good match.
Yeah, we expect it to be a good one. Now, West Indies do have a tractor button which continues to play well. and they will need to really put their heads down and bat. What we have seen from the first two games kind of indicate that 250 should not be too difficult. But this game of cricket, as we know, it can be really one that you cannot call until really the last ball. Therefore, they will really have to look to get a good foundation. The opening pair, and with the sort of batting that we would have seen, they will feel confident they could get up to that score.
So it's going to be Ahmed who will open up the bowling. That characteristic approach of his where he opens up the leg and then shuffles a little and would move in. But ultimately, you have to look to see whether his approach is smooth. Down the track and clips that down to fine leg. There is a long chase. They've gone for one, but won't be able to come back for the second because Francis just stumbled over. Yes. Lost his footing, just for a while there, and there might have been the chance, the opportunity for a second one, but impeded because of his falling. Brings Fontaine into strike. So England on the 19 starting with spin in the second over. Turned it just by squaring the leg side. Good move, you think?
Not a bad move. Looking at what happened in the first inning, I realized that the spinner would have picked up most of the wicket. And England really probably just looking to use a different strategy. And in an effort to really peg West Indies back. Certainly the captain maybe see the importance of him even coming on with spin from that southern end.
But the trend is get off to just a modest start. Nobody's been belting the ball around in the early power play overs. Turned up on the outside. Good control so far by Ahmed.
Yeah, as we say, we saw the spin of loss in that he was able to extract quite a bit, and bowling from that same end, bounce and turn. So I think Ahmed would really want to see if he can really get the same sort of effect. And so far, he's keeping it rather tightly.
Yes, good over so far. Just a one run coming from it into over number 2. Here, this is going to be an interesting game, I think. Driven through the offside. Gets a single, the over comes to an end. And at the end of the over, after 2 overs, West Indies, they didn't go for the single, did they? 3 without loss.
Yeah, no, good over. Ahmed is first over. And it's interesting that, as you said before, we see the opening with spin. This is not a customary thing we see on this track here, but England, I think, seeing what has happened with the faster bowlers, the ease in which the batsmen were able to play them, I think we're just looking to change up the tactics a bit, different strategy, cause the opening pair to think a little bit more with spin and pace.
Here is Singh. Down the leg side, wide, confirmed by the umpire. As Fontaine was looking to get inside the line and maybe tickle the ball down to fine leg, didn't make contact.
It's much easier if you have pace coming from both ends. The batters would know in terms of being able to adjust themselves to deal with pace. So if you have pace on one end and spin on one end, obviously it possesses, cause you to think a lot more.
Yeah, that's correct, because the speed at which the ball will come to the batsman is obviously contrasting with at one end the ball coming through faster, the other end it's slower. So both batsmen would have to make adjustments. So it is a ploy that many teams use to put variation and to put doubt in the minds of the batsmen. Often a very good move. Sing in. Left alone outside the off stump and should, well, rightly do that because it's wide. Confirmed by umpire Gregory Braffett. Arms extended like an airplane wanting to leave the runway.
I think what would be really necessary for the England bowlers is a sort of discipline that they show. We see already we had 2 wides in the inning. You want to make sure that you avoid bowling extras and keep your line right, keep it tight.
Harry Singh again, bustling in. He's right on target though, and pushes the ball easily out to extra cover. Well, can't score. The offside nicely packed. Mohammed there coming in very quickly from extra cover. There are 4 fielders saving singles along with the slipper on the offside. Ball inadvertently goes behind square on the leg side, and he gets a comfortable single as Falconer having to run across to his right and picked up. The batsman saw the opportunity for the single and gladly embraced it. So it's been a quiet start, which has been the sequence of or the pattern of starts by both teams early at the top of the order. This time clipped nicely through mid-wicket. They've gone for 1, will come back for the second. The return comes in and they get 2. Pitched up on the pad and he came forward. Didn't look to hit it too hard, but just neatly. Didn't fall over. Nice balance and got 2 good looking runs.
Yeah, well played by Francis. He playing with the tide as the ball came into him. Just place it in that mid-wicket area between the mid-on and the mid-wicket. Picked up 2 runs. Didn't seem to get the timing as what he expected, but still was able to pick the gap and picked up 2 runs.
Singh, slimly built, pushes it up on the onside. Well, he does look pretty compact so far, Francis. As to whether he prefers the ball coming on to the bat. There's some players like that who love the ball coming on to the bat. We think of the late Roy Frederick, who though came from Guyana where pitches was slower, but quite frankly loved it when it came on pacey. Not that he was a bad player of spin, he was a good player of spin. But he pulverized fast bowling. Another single. So just seeking to rotate as the over comes to an end. The 3 overs gone. It's 9 without loss.
Yeah, not a bad over by Singh. He has bowled 2 overs for 7 runs. Just probably a little bit too straight with the ball going into the right-handed batter. You probably do want to set a little further outside the off stump instead of just on the body. Even though this one was lifted a bit, you know, you were just torn off the body by Francis. And he picked up a single, but so not a bad start.
Yeah, it's such an important thing to see so many on the 19 cricketers, countries playing against each other. Ahmed, good delivery, pushes Francis onto the back foot. Yeah, and I think we will continue to see more and more of these under 19 players playing the various countries in bilateral series. Really helps for the shaping and development of these youngsters. This has been a good, tidy, consistent length and line so far by Hamid. The ball is still new, so it will be a challenge to grip it. But these days, these bowlers are gripping the ball very well.
I won't get the impression that the England team is going to focus a lot on spin, based on the fact that you have seen Hamid opening there, and again, this sort of difficulty that it seems to be creating in terms of scoring. One imagine that they would want to use quite a bit of spin in the innings.
Hamid almost spread eagle there with the legs so far apart and crouches, moves in now. Fontaine gets a good delivery right on target. He comes forward rather, and just pushes it back along the track for the bowler to pick up on his follow through. It's been a beautiful day so far. We haven't had a trace of rain since the match started. Looks as though it's going to be like that for the rest of the game today. Beautiful conditions for good authentic cricket. Fontaine is drawn into a defensive shot. But I've got to be also careful not to go into ultra defensive mode, because you can get pegged down, and that's when you might be forced to go into unforced errors. So it's important that you keep rotating the strike, not taking anything away from the bowler, doing well. But when there's so many dot balls, put so much pressure onto the lower order batsman. The over comes to an end, and at the end of 4, West Indies on the 19, they're 10 without loss.
Yeah, another good over by Hamid. Very tight, very straight, not giving much away, and Fontaine had to be very watchful. He's on 6, Francis is on Fontaine on 2, Francis on 6, and you can see that it calls for a lot more concentration with that slow bowler at that end, and they will have to be very cautious in endeavoring to set a good platform as they look to chase at 250, which is required.
Off the back foot, fine shot, 4 runs, not a man move. It was an old-fashioned shot off the back foot, and that was struck well. Lovely. He's gone into double figures. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, lovely shot. Short outside the off stump, and really give it all that he had, and it flew past the backward point, and really there was no chance for the third man, and that rush across the field. Good shot by Francis, who looks a positive player.
Yeah, just seemed to favor that ball coming on quicker to him. Yeah, once more is Singh in, and he is looking to punch that ball, peels off the outer edge of the bat and goes down to third man, gets his 11th run as Fontaine now comes into strike. Oh, yeah. That was a lovely shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, really good shot. And
yeah.
Repeated, again, looking for that drive, and it just went one bounce down to the third man fielder, who is off the boundary, probably about 3/4 way to the boundary. And it just dropped one bounce.
He's got a longish approach, he's saying, of the back foot. Short rising ball. Looked as though he wanted to sort of flat bat that one.
I think more and more I'm thinking that the spin would be a lot more effective on that pitch. You know, the ball is new now, so one expect that he will come on a bit, but again, they look at the ease. That ball was shortish in length, not very short, but the batsman was into position looking to pull, and probably the pace was more than he expected. I was not able to get it where he wanted.
Oh, that's going to just elude the keeper, and the umpire would signal what? Wide. But I was on the Good Morning Grenada show there on GBN, and the host, Innocent, did ask me what it is that this current crop of West Indian under 19 players have been doing. And one of the things I shared with him was the fact that they've shown a great deal of maturity. And even when there have been some challenging times, they don't seem to panic. That's good for a crop of young players. You can't fault Singh at all for trying. He's always bustling in, always coming at you. He seems to enjoy what he's doing. And that's where success would come, you see. A lot of individuals are involved in different activities, but they don't necessarily enjoy what they're doing. In this case, you could see, and sometimes people's body language can tell, not just what they say, but how they do what they do. And you look at Singh, and it's how he does what he does. His real animated approach to the wicket suggests that he likes what he's doing. Oh, thought about that single, got to go back. And the Cardinal don't run on the misfield. He was making some exploratory steps, Francis, down the track, and then sent back by Fontaine. Had to scamper back, got there in the end. But I did also make the point, Raphael, coming after this, about one's work ethic and the willingness to work hard at your game, whatever you do in this life. Give it your best shot. Driven down to the deep backward point boundary. In fact, we'll go all the way across the boundary line and got 4. He got it a little squarer than expected. I think he was looking to hit that straighter and got it behind square for 4.
Yeah, picking up the boundary, which is what you want, but I think Francis were looking to hit that a lot straighter and came off the edge. And one of the good things about him is that there's no half-heartedness in terms of the shot that he plays. He really looked to hit that hard. I swung at it, and it came off the edge and flew down to a wide third man. Fine backward point, fine. And it just went a couple bounces across the road for 4.
Well, good start here by these two. 21 without loss after 5. Here's Ahmed, moves in again. New over, down the leg side, and turned down to fine leg. Laboring after it, this Singh, they will come back for the second run wide signal by umpire Brian, and they get 2.
To be fair, that delivery did turn and kept rather low. And Dawkins did have a difficult time, wasn't able to get glove to it. And it went down to the long leg area and picked up 2 by.
This is going to be a testing period for both teams. The West Indies would want to consolidate and get off to a good start. They've done pretty well so far, and it'll be a test of character to keep good line and length on the part of these bowlers here to curb the flow of runs or intended flow. This time turned down to backward square. A chase there for Singh. They will come back for the second run, so they get 2 quite comfortably.
This was well played by Fontaine, and again turning it as the ball came into him and picking the gap between the backward square with the short and the short fine leg, and being able to pick up 2.
They've played most of the deliveries on their merits, which is quite good. This time. Oh, the catch been taken. Yes. So Fontaine looking looking to go over the top. Didn't cue that well. Stayed a long time in the air. And he must be a disappointing man. He goes back. Not quite to the pitch. And his head was in the air when he drove. And lifted it and taken quite easily there. And so that's the first wicket falling for the West Indies as Fontaine go quite disconsolately. He's got to go back as Hands, with easy hands, took the catch.
Yeah, he will be disappointed. And this was one of the few deliveries which really was given a little bit more air. And Fontaine, I think, would have felt that he could clear the boundary, looking to go for the big one. Was only able to hold out that long on where the fielder came in and took a rather simple catch. But as he showed his really disappointment in that shot that he played.
Yeah, he's such a fine player, Raphael. I fancy him quite a lot. I've seen him bat on a couple of occasions, and I think he's a good player. I hope that the selectors wouldn't, you know, because he hasn't necessarily come well, don't think anything untoward about him. He's a fine player, has the capacity to score heavily, and knows how to score hundreds too. So Carter's coming, replacing Fontaine. Ahmed has struck. West Indies on the 19, 26 for 1 over number 6.
Yeah, and we see Carter coming at 3, and it's probably just to change it around instead of having the two right-handers. Now we have a left-hander.
Yes, it'll be challenging for him. Can they pull out much of their skill and maturity? It's been a good knock so far by Francis, 15 of 17. Carter would need to stay there with him and just restore. Looking to sweep that down to backward square. The catch is taken, gone. Well, looking to go over the boundary line and didn't get the kind of connection that he wanted. You could see that he wasn't quite balanced when he struck that. Let's look at it again. Wasn't particularly balanced, hit it airborne and got more height than distance, and it was taken down there quite easily at backward square. So the West Indies, they've lost 2 wickets in quick succession as Carter looked to the heavens. He goes rather disconsolately, and the West Indies now 26 for 2.
Getting into the sweep shot, and it just seemed to have been hit high up on the bat and really loved up to that fielder who was in a short fine leg position. It really was a simple catch. But Carter certainly will be disappointed not being able to probably take maximum use of that delivery.
Yes, but especially early in your innings, I have no problem with the sweep effort, Raphael, but you can also roll the wrist over it rather than trying to clear the boundary line, especially as it's early in your innings. Get the wrist over, get it down to backward square. You might get a single or two, but there's no risk involved. Or you probably will want to stand up straight and push the ball out to mid-wicket. So you got a couple of options. He opted to go over the boundary line, brought about his demise. Ahmed has now picked up 2 for 8. He's into his 3rd. Delivery that is pushed up to long on as Joshua Dawn gets his 100th run in the series so far. Came in at 99 in 2 innings. Can we see a skipper's knock from him this time? So after 6 overs, the West Indies under 19, they're 27 for 2. They need 223 runs of 264 balls. That's the equation.
It has been a good over. Ahmed picking up 2 wickets in that over. Again, we see the spinners picking up wicket from that southern end. And as I said before, I do believe that they will really want to target spin as much spin as possible. As we seem to be seeing, no, there's no change in this end, but spinners continue to pick up wicket from that southern end. So it's a good over for England, picking up 2 wickets. And the West Indies Novels really had to kind of dig deep, consolidate and push on. It's not a huge score of 250. So it probably just need for a couple, you know, good partnership to get up there. And they will now have to reconsolidate.
So Dawn will have to play a very important innings here. He's got a good head on his shoulders. There's no question about that. I'm sure that Barbadians would be highly proud of him. I think he's got the capacity to do well and to get to the higher level, so to speak, off the back foot, and cracks the ball down to backward square, verging on wideish third man, gets a single. So Francis, who has gotten a start here, would obviously want to turn that into a very good score, as Hans, who took the catch to dismiss, to have the first wicket, is glided down to third man. Over number 7, Luke Hans. I think the Englishmen would be very happy with the start they've gotten here, pegging the West Indies back. 2 prize wickets gone. Just back of a link delivery. And they're all chirpy out there now. There you could see the energy level is high. And that's what happens when a wicket falls, can generate energy and momentum, impetus into the body and performance of players when things are happening. No shoulders are drooped out there at all, I can tell you that. Good diving stop. If that had beaten him, it would have gone very close to the cover area. So they're all alert, on their toes. Good contest here.
Yeah, good contest. We are seeing the efforts from the fielders, and everybody's on the toes. They are moving around rather briskly. And that was a good stop by the backward point. Ball was short, was hit very hard, and he really moved quickly to his left and made a good stop.
Yes, they're all patrolling the area. I don't know. Something is happening over there, because umpire Gregory Baffett just seemed to be demonstrating as if to say we'd have none of it. As soon as the ball was delivered, you can see him gesticulating and saying something maybe to the players, and he would have none of it at all. Anyhow, the over has come to an end. We don't know what took place out there. 7 overs gone. It's 29 for 2.
Yeah, and a good start by England, hitting back, picking up 2 wickets. They would want to really tighten the screws. West Indies 29 for 2. We have seen Francis for the first time opening the batting and do look the part. Does seem to be an aggressive player. He's on 16.
Ahmed in bowls. Francis comes forward. He's looking to play that much shorter, or straighter rather. The ball taking the outer portion of the bat and going behind square on the offside. So they're keeping things as tight as possible here. England under 19. Ahmed successful, 2 for 9 of 3. And all the close-in fielders saving one. They've been alert as monkeys, agile as monkeys, and like cat-like in the shallow. They've been very quick off the mark. Very good. Ahmed again. This time he is in the air, hits that out to the extra cover area and goes very close to the boundary. Will be pulled back just inside, about 10 yards inside, and the batsmen have sufficient time to cross the 2.
Yeah, fortunate that this one went over an extra cover position, and there really no fielder there. But that's not a shot I think he was looking to play. Probably looking at it straighter and coming off the outside. It went high in the air, but it fell in a vacant position, and he was able to pick up 2, but can't be too confident with the shot that he played.
Yeah, he's really bowling with great confidence. From around the wicket now is Ahmed. You think he's going to change his approach at all, the way he starts his bowling, or that's what we're going to see for the rest of his career?
I think, the uniqueness about his approach is the way he starts to run up, you know.
Yeah, spreads the legs apart.
Yeah, one would think he's comfortable with this.
Crouches. Well bowled. Yeah, again, everybody's got their idiosyncrasies. Everybody's got their own individual styles, and there's no reason to interfere with people's styles if it doesn't interfere with their performance. So you don't expect everybody to do things the orthodox way or the things that would please your eyes. That's not the issue. How effective the player is, that's what's important. Well bowled. Nicely flighted delivery. That he could do no more, just pushes it along the wicket. Keeper comes from behind, picks up. That completes the over. And at the end of 8 overs, West Indies on the 19th, they're 31 for 2.
Yeah, and I do believe that if it's working for him, you wouldn't want to change it.
No.
And so far, he has been doing pretty well. Picked up the first 2 wickets, 2 for 11, and then 4 overs. And I would think that, you know, so long as he's doing well, he'll continue to maintain his approach.
Yeah, that's what's important. We all do things differently. So, with some 8 overs gone, run rate 3.88. The pattern emerging again, where the start is not galloping, just modest and at times slow. Hands into his third. Just look at the players. That ball was hit just on the leg side, about 10 yards from the batsman, and 3 players were running after the ball, just putting that added pressure on the batsman. Dawn taking strike. This time he's driving, getting it through the extra cover area, and that's going to go close to the boundary. They will come back for the second. Didn't look to hit it too hard. Came forward, got to the pitch of it, opened the face just slightly. Didn't want to hit it too straight, and got it between that mid-off and cover fielder. And it went down to the extra cover boundary, close to it, about 15 yards from the rope. They got 2. Well played. Hands again. Well bowled. This time, ball just pulled back in length, not drivable, but played equally to the task there by Dawn. I like him. I really like Dawn. There's just something about him that is impressive. I think that he's a good player in the making.
Yes, certainly. You have to like what you see. Look very organized as he covered up and played that delivery. Everything just seemed to be right in terms of his technique.
This time he's off the back foot and cuts well. They should get 2 here. They will come back for the second run. Like the fact that he got right on top of the bunks. Didn't play the ball prematurely, waited until it got to its maximum height on the bunks and went onto the back foot and cut it nicely through the cover area. Ideal way to play the back foot cut shot, and it yielded him 2. Good comeback delivery there by Hands, pushed up on the onside to mid-on.
Yeah, it looks very organized. Is Joshua Dawn. You remember he would have really played up captains in the first match, getting up to 90.
Yes, an innings that was adorned by good stroke play and great skill and maturity. Joshua Dawn. Nice name too. Joshua, an old biblical name. This time hit in the air, doesn't cue it very well. Will the catch be taken? Oh, has he taken the catch? Yes, he has. Oh, that's a brilliant effort, really brilliant. He went for the hook shot and didn't get inside the line of it, and maybe it was a bit steep on him too, and was looking to pull. Let's look at it again here. Yes, didn't get nicely inside the line, didn't get on top of the bunks, and that was a brilliant catch that was taken. And the West Indies, they've lost their third. It's now 35 for 3.
Yeah, that's a big blow. Just been talking about him in terms of how he looked, but that's a great catch. That fielder there, Bodo, it seemed to be having to run back and just having to take this just before he had to go. Actually, behind him, it really was a great catch. Certainly is a wicket the West Indies of ill afford to lose. Dawn shaping up very well. That ball just probably bouncing a little bit higher than he expected and was not able to get over it.
Yes, Albert
went high up,
back.
Just in the mid-wicket area. But really has been a great catch by the fielder.
Very good catch. And then he must have heard the footsteps of his fellow fielder coming alongside him. But still had composure and the maturity of mind to go after it. He had to push that hand with the ball coming over his shoulder. That makes it so difficult. But the catch was taken in the end. So Buru now comes out to join Francis. 3 for 35. Ahmed begins his 4th. This is going to be a challenge here for West Indies on the 19. They've lost 3 quick wickets. England on the charge. Not the batting charge, but the bowling charge. Headed by Ahmed. Spread eagles and crouches and is in now and bowls. Turned up on the onside by Francis, who now would have to understand that the weight of responsibility with his captain gone now squarely on his shoulder, being the in-batsman now. It's been there from the commencement of the innings and has scored a little more than half the runs so far. He's got to understand how important it is for him to stay there and bring solidity to this West Indies team that is in trouble now at 35 for 3.
Yeah, it has been a big blow, losing the wicket of Don.
So Ahmed now coming round the wicket from a different angle. That's good. Changing up the angle, letting the batsman, or having the batsman to think all the time. Gets ready to bowl to Francis. Here he is. Raps on the pad. There's an appeal. Not with all the conviction in the world. He knows that that's going down the leg side, Ahmed. But sometimes just the scream as how's that puts that little fear, even on timidity, in the minds of batters. All of those things help, you see. It's a psychological game. Ahmed again. Turn neatly up on the onside. And it's picked up there by Jack Nelson, coming in rather quickly. This is a big challenge here for the West Indies in this match. Can they redeem themselves and turn this precarious situation into something dramatic and mature? Down the leg side, turns that down to fine leg. There's a chase here that would come back for the second. Let's see what the umpire would signal here. He doesn't signal, does he? So runs. The over comes to an end. So 5 overs completed there by Ahmed. As to whether he's going to continue the bowl, he's done very well so far. He's picked up 2 for 13 of 5. So 10 overs gone, West Indies, and with a run rate just over 3, 213 runs needed still. They need to get those in 230 balls, 240 balls, 37 for 3 after 10.
Yeah, good start by England, picking up 3 valuable wickets. The wicket of Don really is a big one. He has been the mainstay, one of the mainstay of West Indies batting. Captain, coming off a big inning in the first game. Didn't do much in the second game, but even in this short stint looked very good, looked very organized. Looking to pull at a short delivery, not getting over it, and a good catch taken in mid-wicket. As we know into over number 11, and Luke Hans, who picked up that tremendous catch at mid-wicket, and he's into his 3rd over. Picked up 1 for 6. They are 37 for 3. And Clyde, really an interesting situation. West Indies are losing 3 early wickets.
Yeah, really interesting situation. Quite different from the start of play this morning. The English batters, they didn't score quickly, but they kept their wicket in hand. You know, they lost their first wicket, they consolidated and put on a good partnership.
Short delivery hit to square leg, and that probably just dropped just in front.
I think it was an actual drop catch. It went straight to the fielder, but he really couldn't hold on. Let's look at it again. Into the pull, and really just looking to guide it, not really a full-blooded blow. And the fielder, they're unable to hold on. And so in and out.
Yeah, chance gone up big in there. It was hit firmly and went straight to the square leg fielder. He got both hands to it and really was not able to hold on.
Well, Budu getting a life here, will want to make good use of it. Has an opportunity again. He's not walking back to the pavilion, but he's still out in the middle.
I think he was kind of surprised that the ball came so quickly to him. Push the backward point again. Short lift in delivery. And Boodoo's on top of it and pushing it out on the offside. It's 38 for 3, West Indies. And over number 11. As we look at the leg side field, a square leg. More backward square, mid-wicket. There's a mid-wicket on the boundary. And also a long leg, feeling fairly wide. Again, Boodoo just pushing at this delivery a bit. Or able to get it maybe coming off the middle of the bat and going to the square cover.
Yeah, Boodoo just in for his first game. And certainly a job to do out in the middle. So far he's been getting in line well. Looking to cover the delivery.
Good running. Ball pushed him extra cover. The midfielder having to run to his left. And they was able to pick up a single. Look how busy player. Boodoo.
Yeah, Boodoo from Trinidad and Tobago. A really good upcoming young cricketer. Seemed to be timing the ball pretty well.
Bad shot by Francis. He made no contact. As he just looked to hang this bad day, probably looking to stay down to third man. That ball just going over the bat. Lucky not to get an edge. But that again completes the 11th over. 39 for 3. West Indies would want to really consolidate their position. We'll want a sort of partnership. 39 for 3.
Yeah, want to consolidate. They really need to get up to a decent. They need to get off to a good partnership here, rather. They're chasing 250 exactly, and so it will be important to build partnerships. They've lost 3 quick wickets. The approach should be let's rotate, consolidate. The first power play is finished. There are gaps in the field we can exploit, and so they just need to, you know, really look at how they go about the run scoring from here.
So we see a change from that southern end, Albert, and we are seeing him for the first time. Left arm spin. England probably would have gone into this game with quite a bit of spin again. Ball hit on the pad, loud appeal. Batsman coming forward there and not making contact. Yeah, ball seemed just to be heading down the leg side. Once again, a little difficulty there. There, Boodoo again looking to push. Really reaching for that delivery. And it came off, just dropped short of the short third man fielder.
Yeah, what is noticeable there is that Albert is getting that bit of grip and turn. So he's posing a bit of a challenge for Boodoo. Can see him just looking to draw him out a little bit.
Hit to cover, shortish and play to cover. Again, just putting some doubt in the batsman's mind, just a bit unsure. Francis is beaten outside the off stump, he's out. And it looks out stump, it seems. The umpire in square leg, they just lifting the finger. Another good delivery that turned and really left him as he came forward. And certainly the umpire's hand was up in a flash.
Yeah, looking at it there, really just drawing, and that's what has been significant about the bowling of the spinners from England so far. Boodoo, they're just reaching, and that slight movement forward, just that moment of imbalance. The keeper quickly had the bails off.
So the delivery before we saw him pushing, and it fell short of the short third man area, and there again, this was another delivery that he was pushing forward. Probably just would have left its crease, maybe feet just over the line. As we look at it here once again, look at he's pushing and probably just dragged the back foot. And certainly the umpire was quick, and he didn't even attempt to go back. So certainly it's another good delivery and a good blue struck by England.
Yeah, one will feel for Boodoo there, just looking to get to the line, but this one gripped it, turned past the edge. Well done there too. And the keeper was really quick, recognizing that the stumping opportunity was there.
But tremendous force over by Albert. And it looked as though he could have taken a wicket at each ball that he bowled. Really was a good one. And this push back on the offside. Luke hands, and he's into his fourth over. He has picked up 1 for 8 so far. I see a spring in the steps of the England players. The third man, not right back on the boundary, probably a 3/4 way, a backward point cover, a mid-off on the offside, mid-on, mid-wicket. Short backward square leg, deep backward square, and also a mid-wicket, just about halfway. This one is hit high into the air. Shortest delivery, going to go down to the boundary, and let's see, probably travel all the way. A good shot, short delivery, and he got under it and lifted it over where a backward point position would be, and it carried all the way for 6.
Yeah, really good shot there, given the treatment there by Francis. Shot outside the off stump, and really feel no way set for that shot. So it was a free hit, more or less. The ball just stood up and asked to be hit, and well dispatched.
45, and Francis goes to 26 from 33 deliveries. So the English players picking up 4 wickets, first 12 overs of the inning. Stroke down to mid-on, and now looking for a run there, and really had to get back very quickly. The non-striker in Van Long, another important player for the West Indies. He would have done very well in the previous game. Played a good inning to take the team up to that required score of 191 for victory. And play this one down to that long leg position. Had to wait on it, and he was looking to pull. And Francis doing well to get on top of it and play down to that long leg or backward square position. So that's 1 more to his score. 27.
Yeah, Francis looking good, looking set to face some 35 deliveries.
Another short delivery, push down to wide mid-off again for 1 more. So Van Lunch is off the mark. West Indies hoping that this pair is going to stay together, build some form of partnership.
Yeah, they will want us to remain and bring that total as close to the 250 as needed, but as long as possible. There is runs out there. Francis has been scoring and scoring well. And so Van Lang, we know, is powerful. He can strike it well. So he just needs to remain with Francis. And I think if we see another repeat of maybe a 100 plus partnership, then you still have the hard-hitting Shaquan Bell and others to come. I think they could well be on their way. So it's in no means over, but they do have to contend with the spin.
Yeah, that first over that was bowled there by the spin of Albert. It really looked really impressive. And if he's getting that sort of support from the pitch, really could create a lot of problems. But he has started with a maiden and picked up the wicket.
What will be important here is the areas that he touches down, just looking to pull the batter forward.
And this one is through him. It's out. And that one went right through him as he looked to play. And that he's hit in front. And Van Long really got another good delivery that really went through him as he looked to play on the back foot, hit right in front. And the umpire, taking his time and then lifting the finger. But what another crucial blow struck there by Albert.
Well, England is really up for this challenge. You look at the bowling of Albert. Since he came on, he's posed problems. This one faster and just coming through and not really drawing him as we've seen before. But this one had a bit of turn. It turned back in, but it was much faster. And Van Lang guilty of lingering on the back foot, being trapped LBW plumb in front.
Yeah, good delivery. Really good delivery. Certainly he's only into his second over and really is creating a lot of problems there. He's hitting a good length. He's getting the ball to move away and really is not giving much away. And as you could see him on his knees there for that appeal. Umpire taking quite a while to lift his finger, but the right decision.
Yeah, I just love to see it. I love to see it. At this, I continue to say with the sort of display that these youngsters are giving us here, I mean, it's really something that says the future for cricket is bright. You look at the tenacity, the fact that, okay, he drew him forward with one that left him. He slowed it up, and this time he shot in the faster one, the one that came back in, and trapping him LBW. Well set up.
So Miller it is, going to face his first delivery, push the cover. Okay, just reaching for that delivery.
Miller wants to be careful here. Do not want to be reaching too much, because once he's not able to get to the pitch, it's easy for the outside edge to be taken.
Now see the slip is in position. So England on the attack. West Indies 47 for 5. And interestingly, Clyde, we have seen the spinners picking up. It's now 8 wickets being picked up from that particular end. We had 4 from Laws, and now we have 4 wicket spinners picking up wicket from that end.
Yeah, that end just seemed to be offering a bit more grip, a bit more bounce, a bit more turn. And so with that, the English have seen what Laws did, and they have certainly replicated and replicated well.
Another good delivery, turn and bounce. And Francis really was equal to this one that he didn't play. But really a good delivery. And that completes another over. The second over by Francis. And then West Indies 48 for 5 after 14.
Yeah, what is impressive there is that you saw the English saw what the West Indians did, and they're just able to get that length that causes the uncertainty in the minds of the batters, and showcasing the fact that they also have a spinner that can move the ball both ways and cause the batters to be in doubt.
Yeah, it would be an uphill task for the West Indies. They still have Amit to come back with 5. We haven't seen Jack Nelson. Yeah, but what we are seeing from Albert really is encouraging, really encouraging for the England team.
Yeah, it really is encouraging. And now the West Indies will have a challenge on hand. I think England, they're feeling the momentum with them. They're you can see that they're choppy. They're ready to go. They are in this contest. They 250 on the board, as we say, runs on the board, already runs on the board. And so they will want to keep ahead of this match.
This one goes down to the boundary, and that's 4 wide. And that ball just slanting down the leg side. The bowler look just a little amused. That's Green's first delivery. And he probably was thinking that it touched his pad, but went down to the boundary. 4 wide, so the 50 is up. West Indies 53 for 5. It's still 14 overs.
So
just a little, just hold up in the play. Now Green is ready to go. Push out the cover.
Yeah, Miller will need to really approach his game well here. Lots of time in the game. I think the current run rate 3.74, and they have not really rotated the strike or anything much as yet. Yet they have a good healthy run rate. What they need now is to rotate. He needs just to spend a bit of time in the middle and hope that he can bring his team closer to victory.
Yeah, once again, just bowling a bit too straight and turn down to long leg by Miller, and he pick up another single. Yeah, no, interestingly, we have only seen probably 3 overs of spin from this commentary booth end. That came from Carter. Most of the spin we are seeing it come from the southern end.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see what will happen at this end. Are the English going to again try the spin? Maybe look to see what is happening from this end, and depending on how this end plays, I bet you we're going to see spin for quite a while.
Yeah, and the Green just train a bit in this. It's first over ball again. They're coming off the pad, going down to the long leg for leg by. Just a bit too straight.
What we've seen from this end of Rafael is that the fast bowlers every now and again tend to get one to go through at a decent height, and so the bounce is there for the fast bowlers. And that's probably the reason why they have most of the fast bowlers operate from this end, because there's just something for the fast bowlers from here.
Still no slip. Third man and point cover, extra cover mid off. Green. Once again, the batsman playing it to mid on. Again, just ball into his body and just coming around and push it down to mid on. Yeah, I think you probably want to start that ball coming in just a bit more outside the off stump to create more problem for the batsman.
Yeah, what we notice is that he's trying to keep as straight as possible, not really offer width outside the stump, because he doesn't have anyone sweeping on the offside. So he's intent on being straight.
Push on the offside. Final ball of the over. That completed a green force over, going for 6. West Indies after 15 overs, 55 for 5.
Yeah, good. Steady going there by the West Indians. A partnership of some stature would be needed now. The way they approach it, what will be the sentiments we've seen, and that's a trait that I've seen from them. They do not play as a team flustered. So far, the victories that they brought up, they well calculated their moves and ensured that they took their time to structure the innings, and I think this is what is needed here.
So slips into place. There's and ball seemingly taken on the pad by Francis, who has been there from the start. He's on 27, open the batting. Hit down to cover, shortish delivery, and hit down to cover for a single. So he pushes on to 28.
What Albert doesn't want to do is to be guilty of pitching too short.
This one is swept down to that long leg area, going to go very close to the boundary, now goes over the boundary, and that's gone for 4 runs. Again, one of the few deliveries just trained on the legs, and it was really held there by Miller, and with no one feeling in that position, picked up a boundary.
Yeah, Miller picking up his first boundary in this match, and really a good shot. He made use of the bad delivery, was able to get good enough contact, and picking up 4 beautiful runs.
Push on the offside again, another good length delivery from Albert into his 3rd over. Still with a slip in the catching position. And Miller is once again forced to defend. I think what West Indies require now really is a good partnership.
Yeah, Miller will want to be careful here. I just noticed that the hand's going a little further than the pad. Don't want to be stretching out too far. And having to wait on that ball to come and turn into you. You want to be able to get there at the right time. And what the England team just may want to do is maybe just get a fielder close in and see if he's going to use that same approach, just to add a bit of pressure.
Yeah, we now have the water cat. As we see, just a few spectators, English spectators, and Junior Moy Royal stand. We also have some locals that have just come in to look at the game. We're not just missing anything, the water break. But have been a good session so far for the England team.
Yeah, England will be really happy with this position. To have 5 wickets down, and you're talking about 5 really good batters who have contributed into the series so far. I mean, they will be happy. Shaquan Bell, Pollard, these are the few that have been there. The others, like Raka and Laws, haven't really gotten time outside in the middle because the top order has done the job. And so I think a lot will depend on this partnership to bring them close to or even over the ropes to victory.
Yeah, I think this pair would be very important for the West Indies if they're going to get up to that score. That it will be crucial that this pair bat as long as possible. The wicket of the captain Joshua Don and also Jonathan Van Lang, I think, are two big wickets. And you could see the jubilation of the English team when they got those wickets, particularly captain Joshua Don. You know, they really was all over. And really, Van Lang, they would have seen his ability in the previous game in terms of how he strikes a ball. And in very short time, he can turn a game. They were very happy to see the back of these two players, and as such, they would feel, I would think, very confident now that in a position that they could press home the advantage. So that's what makes this partnership should be a very important one, that this PSC and bat as long as possible. But we see the spin continues to make the difference in the game.
Yes, and spin, again, you think about this wicket just freshening up a bit. 3 days, 3 days now, the same wicket has been played on. So it does offer that sort of spin option. And I think the both teams so far have used that condition really well.
Yeah, we have seen Laws coming into his own, really bowling a tremendous spell. And the strategy to open with a spinner, again, that would have worked well for England. We saw the captain Amit coming on the second over and just beginning to keep things tight, picking up 2 wickets. And that was followed by the bowling of Albert, who came in quickly and picked up 2 wickets. We are about to restart. 60 for 5 West Indies. We had so far 16 overs bowled. Alex Green is into his second over. And we bowl into Francis. Francis, who opened the batting and played this one. Dr. Longleg, again, just being a little bit straight into the body. And Francis had no difficulty. He turned that one, Dr. Longleg, for one more.
And ploy, and so far Green has been bowling well to his field, keeping it nice and tight into the body.
Captain Ahmed just having a discussion, feeling that mid-off, close to the bowlers. Always looking to give some advice. This ball, push a backward point, just reaching for it a bit there was Miller. Pushing out at that one. I was able to get it off the middle of the bat.
Yeah, I love this. The old bluff. He moved the man at short fine leg, and he pushed one wide outside the off stump, hoping that he would push at it, Miller. But Miller equal to it.
Yeah, pitch right up. And Miller push to mid-on. Green just going for 7 in his second over. We see the offside field, what the point field at the cover. And extra cover, close in. All inside the circle. The mid-off is also inside the circle. Again goes down the leg side. Another wide signal. But even we are in the 17th over, just 2 feelers, just 3 feelers outside the 30 yards circle. Yeah, mid-wicket, long leg, and a third man.
Yeah, Miller. Good batter from, say, Antigua. Would have been part of the Leeward Islands on the 17 squad recently. So he has been known around the Leeward Island to be a very good, steady batter. And a lot will rest on his shoulders here now.
There is a few players that we can look at the West Indies team that probably we'd probably hope to see really moving up to the next level. Stroke to mid-on. There's enough room for a single here. Mid-on fielder had to run back and then even move to his right. Confidently played by Miller. He pick up another single. Yeah, just looking at the West Indies team and some of the players that we have seen, Clyde, the likes of Joshua Don, Van Lang, the bowling of Laws. Good lifting delivery. The final delivery of that over from Alex Green. He finishes with none for 9. West Indies 6 3 for 5. And really requires a good partnership from here on.
Yeah, certainly this pair, they will know each other well. Miller and Francis, they both Antigans, both play for the Leewards on the 17th, on the 19th, and so they've been around for quite a while. And so I think the communication and the understanding will be there, and they just may be able to help each other to put on a good partnership.
Stroke back to the bowler. Albert into his 4th over. Just gone for 6 so far. Pick up 2 important wickets. Miller is coming forward, ball coming off the edge, and they're going to come back for 2. That went slowly down to short fine leg.
Yeah, again, working out for him this time, but I would want to see him just be a little cautious in terms of that forward lunge towards the ball. Really wants to make sure that if he's going to get out there, the bat and the pad would be pretty close together.
Again, playing it down to that short fine leg. And the fielder really had to come off the boundary, and they're picking up another 2 runs. So even that is required in terms of pushing it around and picking up the 1s and the 2s.
Yeah, you certainly need that here. Don't want to leave it too late where you have to try to strike the ball over the boundary ropes. The 1s and 2s, the game is still really well managed in terms of what is needed.
Lovely shot and driven straight back on the onside. Goes down to the boundary for 4. Really good shot by Miller. Ball given some air, and he really came forward and stroked it nicely back past the leg stump and picking up a welcome boundary.
Yeah, Alfie, Albert just guilty there of getting a little too close to Miller. Miller equal to it, stroking it past him, and really the placement was exceptional. Picking up a much needed boundary, a welcome boundary. And so that will help the cause of the West Indies.
Yeah, good over for the West Indies, some 9 runs, I think, coming in that over. Pushes the score to 72 for 5, and we have some 18 overs.
Yeah, 18 good-looking overs. England will be happy with the fact that they've picked up 5 of the West Indian batters already. And so they're hoping and will be hoping that they can topple the other 5 and hopefully make light work of this match today. They've fought well with the bat to ensure that they've gotten a score that they believe is manageable in terms of defending. So let's see how they go.
So Green continues. Again, short lifting delivery that is pushed out on the offside. And he's into his third over. So far, he have not picked up the wicket, just 9 runs. Miller, 16 from 23 deliveries. Francis, 29 from 42 deliveries. Yeah, again, a shortish in length, and that tendency just seemingly playing away from the body, looking to push it back, I guess. Looking to steer it some way down to that third man region.
Yeah, he may just want to wait a bit longer in that ready position and maybe look to card that ball over the top. He can use the aerial route. There's no one out on the offside. So maybe he should be thinking about using the aerial route.
Yeah, down to backward square, another short delivery. And played off his hips.
Yeah, I like that shot there. He was able to get himself into a good position where he could find the gap. The fielder down at the fine leg had quite a bit of distance to cover. He covered well, but the fact that he was able to maneuver and know exactly where the fielder is, you have to give him some credit.
Short delivery pulled down to mid wicket. Probably would have been advisable maybe to hit it over on the offside. But he was able to pick up one more. Francis, we have already seen him hit over a point for 6. This one he played that down to that mid wicket area.
And this is what I'm talking about, is the bongs that is being able to generate from that end here.
Again, Miller look pretty organized player. He covers up and pushes one back to the bowler.
He has certainly been rather prolific at within the Leeward Islands tournament. Been among the runs. Himself and Francis playing for Antigua.
Yeah, again, you see bonks and movement as that over comes to an end. And Miller just allowing this one to go outside the off stump. That completes another over from Alex Green. 3 overs, none for 11. West Indies after some 19 overs, they are 74 for 5.
Yeah, good cricket all around there. You look at that one tempting shot and wide outside the off stump. Maybe in a different position, maybe Miller would have looked to go hard, but just restrained. There's another over of spin from the river end. As Albert continues, he's into his 5th over. 2 for 15, really good figures. And has put a lot of pressure onto the West Indies batting lineup. As I welcome back Stevenson Worm.
Well, England could feel very happy with this total now with 74 for 5. Puts them in the ascendancy.
And this one is swept hard, and that's going to go over the ropes. Really good connection there from Francis. And he is showing that he has the ability to score and pulling out the sweep. Bringing up 4 runs to his total, 4 runs to the West Indies total. He's making a challenge of this.
Yes, and played it late too. And that's why he was able to squeeze it down to fine leg.
Yeah, good comeback delivery there. Just touching down on a butt off stump and leaving Francis. Again, generating a bit of bounce. Sets himself again, Albert. And this time he goes. It's in the air. It's not going to carry. For a while there, he would have had his heart in his mouth. He just seemed to have maybe a bit of cramps.
Yeah, he's tumbled over. Whether he's pulled a muscle in the process, because he did crouch to hit that ball down to backward squared. Physio is going to come on. And there was a single there, but he's writhing in pain. Now, just wondering what may have happened.
Well, looking at the movement there, it just seemed to be cramps. So we look at the physio just pushing at the ankles and pulling the heel back. So it does suggest a bit of cramping. Been out there for quite a while, Francis. Being at the back of the stump with that crouching movement, and to have to come here now and to be batting, it does take a lot from him.
Yeah, well, might as well you get accustomed to it, Clyde, because in this game of cricket, it's not for those who are weak of heart, not for those who are short of nerves, and not for those who are fickle and feeble physically and mentally. So you've got to be strong.
Yeah, certainly the wicketkeeper is a very important role in terms of wicketkeeper batsman. You look at a wicketkeeper batting in the middle there, has to hold up that middle order, and yet still has to concentrate on every bowler. So it's quite a lot. But if a medal has to go to any player, I think the wicketkeeper has to be the first considered.
Yes, it's got quite a task on hand, and if you're keeping in a 50-over game at the end of the day, you've got to think about getting up and down at least 300 times. It's going to be more because there'll be some wides and no balls included.
And what makes it even more difficult is that the wicketkeeper generally sets the tone for the team in the field.
Yeah, I don't know if we understand how important a role is, the keeper, besides giving service behind the wicket, which is so crucial. He's got to also give service in front of the wicket when he comes into bat. Many of these wicketkeeper batsmen coming at number 7. Some of them are coming much earlier now. In the past, you had the wicketkeeper batsman coming in at around 7. Now you have some of them even opening the order, some coming at number 3. Think about Adam Gilchrist, who was at the top of the order. He was a phenomenal player. Kumar Sangakkara, who batted at number 3, a good player also. Wonderful keeper behind the stumps, and the list can go on and on of players who batted high up as keepers.
Yeah, even the likes of Rizwan, who has been really good in terms of the bat and his glove work.
Yeah, keeping has been called onto another dimension now. In the past, you just had to be tidy behind the stumps and contribute. And at the end of your career, if you average between 25 and 35, well, you can feel happy. Now, much more is expected of you. They want you to average in the mid-30s and maybe early 40s as a keeper, or even more.
Yeah, certainly a lot of demands. But Francis doing well so far. 34 from 49. He has been really the main scorer. Miller has contributed 17, but Francis has been there from ball 1. And he continues to soldier on. As we see a change. It's going to be spin from the Dabo end. And let's see how Nelson goes. We've seen only 3 overs from this end. Starting with a wide, we're not really warmed up as yet, but certainly it will be interesting to see how the spinner goes from this end.
Yeah, most of the wickets have come from the far end.
Yeah, good looking stroke, only able to beat the fielder there. Certainly a bit earlier or maybe a little later, just past the fielder, would have picked up some runs.
Yeah, but it's going to be an uphill task for the West Indies on the 19 from here on. Big ask ahead.
They have to respond, and they're responding pretty well so far. Partnership of 32 between this pair, and they will want to push this on. Maybe just try their best to stay together until maybe about 35, 40 overs.
Yeah, they've got to have little targets in mind.
This one is just missed down the leg side. Nelson not really getting the radar right. Let's see if he got anything onto it. Wide signal, so the batter not getting anything onto it. Nelson not really settling in as yet. Wants to be a bit tighter, don't really want to give away anything. And again, this time he's lifted. It's lifted, it's going to go all the way. Miller with a really good crunching hit for 6. And that will bring a bit of joy to the West Indies team. They've been under pressure, but good shot.
No, that was a marvelous shot. The mid-on is not right back. It was just in the circle area. And he saw the opportunity to go over the top. Took it. And that went for a lovely shot. Lovely maximum, 6.
Well, Miller continues to soldier. He's moved on to 24 from 32 deliveries. And, really some good signs here from the West Indies, as this one is pulled by Francis, who just seems to be cramping up ever so slightly. But really, this one was rushed onto him, and he played it well in the end. And the partnership of 42 looking good, and as they meet in the middle, they have their mid-pitch conversation. Really looking to set the tone for what will happen further along. 161 required, 174 balls. Early days still.
Yeah, but they've got to think about certain landmarks. So the partnership now with 42. So their first little landmark has to be that 50 partnership, and from that they make little targets, realistic targets to go after. No, that was good, sensible cricket.
Yeah, certainly good, sensible cricket. Pushing, running, recognizing that they need to continue picking up the 1s and 2s, and just pushing it a little bit away from the fielder who had to come in and still move around. And so you had the opportunity. This is what is needed. Good steady head. This one played to long on and decide not to take the single. Long on, just slightly deep. And so Albert in his 6th over. And he goes. This one is high. It's going to be taken. It's going to be taken. He's out. Francis has given it away. Really, that shot not there. But it seems somehow he seemed to be discomforted. He's not really himself and looking to go big. And he loses his wicket.
Yeah, lost his shape, lost his wicket. Maybe a lost of concentration too. And all of that combined there to bring about his demise. Gone for 34. Well played 34. But just looked a little bit uncomfortable over the last couple of deliveries.
Yeah, really looked uncomfortable. I think he was trying to more or less put willow to leather just to try and ease the fact that they have to do so much running at this stage. So he goes 90 for 6. The West Indies under 19s in not just a spot of bother, but they're really down and needs to be positive and continue to be positive if they're going to get anywhere close to that 250.
You're right. It's going to take quite a bit of asking. It won't be an easy task. Not insurmountable, but looking probable. And a lot of confidence. You can see that in the England under 19. They're playing much more confidently now. And this match can be a pivotal match, a match that would determine probably how the series may go. And I say that from the context that the Englishmen may well realize, look, we probably should play a little bit more emphasis on spin against these West Indian batters.
Yeah, the West Indies, a team known for struggling against the spin. But Shaquan Bell replaces Francis. Bell, who has shown the tenacity to be a good clean striker of the ball. Different dynamic will be needed here. He needs to bat for long. May have to rest the tenacity to hit big on the shelf a bit. So wide being served up there.
Yeah, in the past, West Indians were known to be better players of spin. Not this current group of players who just don't seem to be very strong at playing the slower stuff.
Bell off the mark with push the square leg.
But then don't forget, Clyde, in the earlier days, there were a plethora of spin bowlers. Back in the 70s, you had people like Albert Padmore, Ranji Nanan, the Imtiaz and the Inshan Ali, Rafiq Jumuddin. You had Thomas Kentish, Gunny Hines, Arthur Barrett, and the list can go on of fine spinners of the ball. And so our batsmen were exposed to a high quality, high caliber spin bowling. Not so much these days.
Yeah, I want to agree with you there. You look at many of the teams going around, and you're not seeing that out and out really exceptional spinner. We have a few that can do the job, but those that are really exceptional. And I think this is where Laws and his display today just helps to remind us that once we can, identify these youngsters at this age, we need to really set up something where they can go on and become, that top quality spinner.
It's called talent identification, right?
Certainly. And this one by Bell. Bell just looking to hit through the line of this one.
It didn't do much in terms of footwork. Just stood there and smacked it down to mid-on.
And much better played. We'll want to make sure that he remains out there to partner Miller. Miller is on 25. He's seen what is happening, has assessed the conditions. And Bell goes. This one has kept a bit low, but certainly not a shot to be playing on the back foot as Nelson just slips in the faster one. And Shaquan Bell is bowled. Another blow to the West Indies' hopes of challenging this 250.
Well, he was onto the back foot. Just wondered whether that was the correct decision to make, onto the back foot rather than pushing out. And was it the leg stump that got hit? The ball came into him, really. And the leg stump was struck and the bails dislodged.
Yeah,
and so another wicket has fallen.
That one not really bouncing as high as he anticipated. Just seemed to have kept a bit low. And so undone there by the fact that it didn't spin away as he expected it. Coming off the pad and onto the stump. Unfortunate way to go.
Yes, it is. But a dismal batting performance by the West Indies here. With the top scorer being Francis. He went for 34. 3 fours and a 6. And Matthew Miller, who got 25. Those were the two main contributors. And together they put on 59. Not necessarily batting together, but accounted for 59 between them out of a total of 92 for 7.
Yeah, the batting not really coming together, but one will hope that this pair will bring some sort of respectability. It's still 158 from 165. It's gettable. It's achievable. It's just that it would take a significant partnership from here and a really good, sensible batting by this pair.
Wish you all the best, Clyde.
Nelson with his tail up as this one is edged past the keeper. They go for one. And they come for the second.
Yeah, the
So
ball
Racha in.
ball seemed to take the outer edge and went down to third man, got two.
Left-handed batter Racha picking up two. Not really what he wanted. Let's see, full toss. Not able to really get it past the man there at short cover. Anything to his right or left will have yielded some runs.
Yeah, interesting, Clyde. I heard you calling out the scores a little early on in the first match in the Ashes series down under. Paltry batting performance by both teams.
I certainly began to question what was the issue. One is seeing that England is bowled out for 172. But then when you look at the fact that Australia, they were at 123 for 9, it means that the contest between bat and ball and the two teams, maybe the pitch.
I know, we got to be careful that this match doesn't finish in 3 days, possibly.
So, Albert continuing.
Yeah, it's always a fascinating experience when the two teams get together. These two mighty warriors playing against each other, always competitive. And it's a good way to start this series. England slightly ahead.
And this one just a bit shorter and placed to the sweeper there. Pick up the single. And that says a lot for the series. It does set the tone as to what to expect. England, we know with their style of play, they are not afraid to play their shots, not afraid to, really put willow to leather in terms of their batting. Bowling, they still seem to, be looking at the right combinations, but they've done well so far.
Yeah, Ben Stokes has captured 5 and not what you may call the frontline bowler. Would come on maybe second change thereabout. I think he is underrated as a bowler. I think he's much better than people make him to be.
Yeah, he does have the moments of brilliance more often than not. Never so often he would take that ball and challenge himself to do something great. This one stroked up. Being kept a bit quiet there, Miller. Racha, he's just come to the crease. He's just trying to assess the conditions. I think Stokes assessed the conditions well earlier. This one is just whipped off the hip. Sweeper out there. And this is what you want when you have a team where there's still some restructuring, there's still some level of adjusting. I think both teams are at that stage where they're just fickling with the lineups and the matchups and so on. And so it's more or less a rebuilding ashes.
Yeah, it certainly is. And but on the subject of Stokes, I like the fact that don't remember the famous remember the name when Carlos Brathwaite took him down 4 sixes in and over, but didn't allow that to in any way impede a wonderful career.
Yes, certainly has that mental strength as Racha picks up a single, moving the total to 96 for 7. They will be looking at the landmark of 100 just to make sure that some respectability happens here. But Stokes has really shown that he has that mental tenacity to bounce back. Always would try to, when his team needs him, step up and make the difference.
Yeah, and joins the illustrious list of other very good English captains, all-rounders. Of course, Ian Botham, Tony Gregg, he himself, Stokes.
Miller just looking to be a bit expansive, looking to bring out the sweep. Needs to be careful here.
Yeah, and I'm sure that these young English players will have read or seen some of these players in action, looked at some of the old videos, and even current matches, and pattern the cricketing lives after them. That's going to go close to the boundary.
Yeah, so 4 wides there. Nelson not really settling in as he may want to. Guilty of bowling a couple of wides down the leg side. We would always say with the leg spinner, you tend to get 1 or 2 here and there as the 100 comes up for the West Indies. 102 for 7 in over number 25. And this one was nicely pushed there by Miller. And so, a long way away from 250. But certainly they do have time, have the overs. We're just about halfway. And so, if this pair can really fight and soldier on, then certainly they can't, because another wicket has been taken. It is the off spin of Nelson picking up Racha here. Racha goes caught behind, looking for the expansive drive and not getting contact, maybe just a slight edge. Not the sort of contact that you want when you go for the drive. And he's lost his wicket.
Yeah, it wasn't to the pitch of that at all. That back foot was deep into the crease, while the front foot was not really going in the direction of the ball. So the outer edge found, and another wicket has fallen. West Indies in further trouble now. They're 8 for 103.
Yeah, quite contrasting to what we've seen in the first 2 matches, where they were able to really compose themselves and rebuild partnerships that caused them to, be able to overhaul the total set. And so the question may be asked, should they have batted first?
Well, I think they batted a couple of times, second, and it turned out well for them. And in fact, when they bowled particularly earlier on, they had England on the back foot. But England redeemed themselves very well to get to a total of 249. So I don't think it was a bad decision, per se. 250 was a competitive total and a good working total for England too. And this is proven to be a pretty big one, in fact. Challenging one for the West Indies.
Well, it's going to be Laws. If I tell Laws, who has done really well with the ball, he's facing Ahmed. Looking to bring out the sweep very early. May not have gotten much. There's 2 men out there. You have the deep backward square. You have the man at mid-wicket. You still have a short fine leg.
Yeah, he's picked up 2 for 13 of 5.
And there he goes. Laws just lifting this one. And really not the sort of contact that he wanted.
Yeah, he was just running back for the second run. Quite interestingly, when he hit that ball, ran down the track, not very quickly, as if he expected it to go all the way. Then realized 2 fielders were converging and then had to scamper back for the second.
Yeah, really good crisp contact though, and what was important here, he played it straight. You want to continue to play straight as an adjustment to the field. I think here, Ahmed will be looking to wrap up this innings. Here he is. Laws sweeping. That's Miller rather, Miller sweeping. So he's moved on to 30. Has played well for his 30.
Yeah, by and large, he'll be very impressed with his performance. 30 of 45.
Certainly, with him out there, they can put some respectability to the total, eventual total that they will get. So Law's just pushing this one. Already looking to score. But certainly England has defended this 250 total very well at the start of this innings. One may have put the predictor to be at the West Indies based on the fact that they've played and chased very well in the previous 2 games. But today, the English has certainly turned it around. Spinners working from the river end has done a good job. This one in the air, it's going to beat the fielder there at short fine leg. But no real pace to work with, so they will get one.
I'm a little surprised, though, they didn't run that more aggressively. Take off for the first one, and I thought that there was room for a second one there. But in the end, just a single. And Miller continues to bat on pretty well. He's on 30.
Yeah, looking good there, Miller. And this is his first match. As I said earlier, he plays his cricket in Antigua and has been known to be a really good, outstanding batter, and is showing that he has good batting ability. And we'll just want to continue to play positively and really hope that as he progresses through the stages, you know, one can really see him move through the ranks and really do well for the Leewards and West Indies. Vying for an under 19 spot.
Yeah, quite a number of these players, in fact, vying. And I think Joel Andrew is still qualified to be a part of that squad. Playing in the 50-over championship.
Yeah, he's got a good start. Previous match against the Windwards, where the Leeward Islands scored some 324.
How much did he get?
We'll have to double check as Nelson picking up his 2 wickets for 20 in his 3rd over.
But one darn Ed hit 90 out of some 54 deliveries.
Yeah, really was a run fest in that game. The Windwards being able to chase down 324 and with balls to spare. And as you rightly said, coming off a pretty dominant innings from Darren Ned from 94 from 56.
Boy, it was a blistering innings. Yes, he had a couple of chances, but he was not afraid to keep going. Just kept going and going. Even into the 90s, he still wanted to go. It would have been quite astounding had he gotten 100 in his first match for the Windward Islands.
Certainly, as Nelson continues, really has not bowled as economical as he may have wanted, guilty of just bowling a few wide ones. It's a buy signal there by the umpire. And so he will just want to settle in maybe and get some confidence behind him.
It's turned out to be a nice day though, really lovely.
Sunshine for the entire day, and unfortunately, the West Indies batters really didn't make use of the sun while they were batting. They did make use of it while they were bowling.
You're right. And the old-fashioned proverbial saying, you make hay while the sun shines.
So made over served up there by Jack Nelson, and West Indies on the 19 certainly in a hole. They're scoring at just about 4 runs per over. Run rate been moving up in an upward trajectory. We've lost 8 wickets. Miller cutting that Laws rather on the back foot, just punching that one out to that cover region. Picking up a single, rotating the strike, 109 for 8.
I think quite noticeably, all the West Indian batters, they've got some batability. There's no question about it.
Yeah, I quite agree with you there. They've all looked capable. This one is swept. Swept fine by Miller. But protection out there, you'll only get one. Yeah, I quite agree with you. From what we've seen, and if these youngsters at this age can, handle themselves this way, it says that they just need to work a bit harder, be as consistent as possible, and they may just be able to break into maybe a senior role. This one is swept again, and the finger goes up, and West Indies have lost another wicket. Vital Laws goes, caught wicket keeper, and Ahmed strikes. He has picked up a wicket, third wicket, 19 for 3 from his 6.2. As we look at the replay here, just bubbling up, simple catch there to the wicket keeper. And the umpire in agreement.
Yeah, well, another wicket going via the attempted sweep route. And looking to sweep that, didn't get over the top of the ball. Maybe took somewhere in the back of the bat or the glove, but just bubbled out. And it was a simple catch indeed. So the West Indies have lost another one. They're 110 for 9. Just a one wicket to fall to secure victory.
Yeah, that one. Morse quickly after it. He kept his eyes on it. Really not totally convinced there, Morse, but appeal nonetheless. Umpire was in total agreement. And so the West Indies staring down the barrel of defeat. And
looks as though they're going to go home earlier today.
They look poised to leave here a bit earlier. I think the traffic arrangements were sorted, so there's no need to worry as to how to get back to the hotel.
Yeah, but it has been a very good performance by England on the 19. It's not the end.
So Pollard facing up to Ahmed. Ahmed 3 for 19, 6.4.
I think he was key. I think he played a major role in this collapse by the West Indies. It's really started with him. Couple of early dismissals set the stage for West Indies falling apart.
Again, the choice of end, I think, really played its part. We saw what Laws did. And so certainly Ahmed shows adaptability in terms of looking at what is happening, being able to counteract right away. And so he decided to bring himself on to open the bowling innings and then picking up 2 very big wickets very early. Says a lot about his captaincy and his ability to read the game. Again, there he goes. Good shot there by Pollard, being sent back by Miller. Clearly the single was on, but it was the end of the over, so he decided he's not going to allow him to take much of the strike.
Well, that's interesting. I guess Miller says, you're the last man in. I'm not too confident in you facing the first ball of the next over. I have been around for quite a while. I'm 31 of 45. I'll be in the best position to face this. We see that happening quite a bit these days.
Yeah, we do see that happening quite a lot. Just looking to protect the tail ender.
Yeah, but he takes the single now, doesn't he?
He certainly does. And he's left 5 deliveries for Pollard to face. Pollard will need to keep these 5 out. They will want to drag this partnership on for as long as possible. Show some grit, show some determination. Not really throw in the towel. It will speak a lot of their character. Nelson in. Covers up and thought of the single, but it's not on.
Well played, Pollard. Oh, you'd be very proud about that. Got right behind the pitch of the ball.
Well, Pollard has a name to defend here as he goes down sweeping. And this one just pitching outside the line of the leg stump. And the umpire not really interested. And we know it's Jakim, but the son named Pollard says hard hitter clearing the ropes.
Yeah.
This time he dabs well. They go for one. Will they get the second? Yes, they will. Showing a bit of dexterity, just guiding past the short fine there. Short third, rather. He's saying to Miller, hey, guy, I can handle myself.
He's right. Every batter should have some level of confidence in his batting ability.
Nelson to him again. He sweeps. And this time he gets good connection. It's only going to get one. But I like this from Pollard. He's saying, I'm no more with the bat. I can handle my batting.
Yeah, it's about just trying now to frustrate the English bowlers for as long as possible. Except some miracle here. The West Indies should go down under England in this third match as the over comes to an end.
Yeah, it's not a bad position to be in. It just keeps the series that more interesting. The English with this fight back, and certainly it makes the 4th ODI one that will say a lot. Can they actually level the series, or is the West Indies going to be in that vein where they can continue their winning ways after this stumble?
Still early days. 4 matches after this one.
Ahmed, Miller just coming down, getting the outside edge. They will pick up 2. I think he should be focusing himself here, Miller, on maybe trying to bring up a half century. It will speak volumes of his effort.
Yeah, well, how much confidence he has in his partner is also important. He was charging down the pitch the previous delivery. Let's see what he's going to do with this one as Ahmed comes into him.
Well bowled there by Ahmed. Not really taking the bait of Miller backing away. Maybe backing away, hoping that he will pitch it outside the off stump. Can get it over the cover. And Moore was just appealing for a stumping. Miller not moving. He's well sealed there in his crease.
Yeah, he was quick with the gloves behind the wicket and pointing to the umpire at square leg. How's that? He shouted. Rafi saying not out.
Ahmed with his approach. This one is lifted. It's not going to get to the keeper. And they're going to pick up one. But looking for that big booming shot there, Miller. Luckily for him, it didn't really make the sort of contact that he wanted. And he was able to get it away from that man at wide long on, picking up an easy single. He moves on now to 36. 14 more, and he will have a half century under his belt. Teasing length there by Ahmed, just pulling the tall Pollard towards him, hoping to spin one past him.
But Pollard was equal to the task.
Very much equal to the task, Pollard not taking the bait there. Let's see this one a bit faster. Pollard just eases forward in a rightly approved manner, keeping it out.
That's right. Well done.
I love this. This is the time where, as a tailender who may not really have much opportunity in the series to bat, you want to spend as much time out there and maybe put something towards your name. Your average can go up.
Yeah, it may look senseless, or it may seem senseless to others, but when you have these little opportunities, as when your team is in trouble and it looks rather improbable that you'll win a game, but take the occasion to gain much out of the experience as possible.
It's Miller looking to be a bit expansive, just going over the top there. The sweeper picking up, returning the throw back to the keeper. Nelson continues in his 6th over. He's picked up 2 for 26.
Yeah, very often we see players when they come down to number 9, number 10, and realizing that the target is far or possibly out of their reach, will just go into happy slugging. But sometimes you've got to play differently and take the opportunity.
Well, there's no different playing here because Pollard has just stroked one straight back to Nelson, who accepts the catch gleefully. And that brings an end to the West Indies innings. Really, not the sort of display that we've seen from them with the bat in previous innings. As we look at it here again, really soft, easy catch there. And signals the end of this match. The West Indies under 19 going down to England, and really well played England.
Well played England. Well played. They're already 2 down in the series, and could have said, well, the West Indies are playing all over us, but came today, scored 249, and they defended 249 quite stoutly. Did a great job at restricting the West Indies to 119 all out. So England under 19, they've won by 130 runs. 130 runs. That's a big margin of defeat, of victory rather. And the West Indies going down. The players, as usual, doing the formal handshaking, as both teams congratulate each other for their sporting prowess. The officials themselves are shaking hands too, something that we see all the time. It's the expectation when a game comes to an end, regardless of which direction it goes. But it has gone in the direction of the West Indies, of the Englishmen. 119 all out, the West Indies. And England, they've won by a mammoth 130 runs. Raphael Crowley.
Yeah, tremendous performance by England. And when one look back at the day's play, you have to say that they played a better cricket. You look back, you see the England start. I thought that the West Indies would have bowled very, very well. They restricted them, they was not able to get off to any big start. But I think you saw some maturity and some discipline in the way they batted, realizing that they could not have really pushed as they want to. But, they put down the head, they had small partnership, and at the end were able to get up to 249. And that meant that they would have batted sensibly under the condition, the difficulty batting force this morning, and the way that West Indies has bowled. Importantly, the way that the spinner would have bowled lost. I think they did well to get up to 249, and we see them change the tactics in terms of the opening of the bowlers. For the first time, we see spin coming in to open the bowler, and that was a change in terms of what we normally would see happen here, even at the stadium in any game. So, and they would have changed up the tactics, and I think that deservedly they bowl well. They also catch well, and were able to come off. I think a deserved victory.
Certainly, West Indies 119 all out. Francis, the top scorer there, second top scorer, but he scored 34. 37 went to Matthew Miller. He played a very good role, not out. 52 deliveries, 63 minutes at the crease, 2 fours and 1 6. 2 sixes struck in the innings, one by Miller and the other by Francis. And all in all, it was a paltry batting display by the West Indies batters. We had 3 wickets for Farhan, who bowled very well. Faham Ahmed bowled very well, picked up 3 for 22. 1 for 16 or 4 overs. Luke Hans, who also played his role very well. 3 for 24, Ralphie Albert, of 7 overs and 1 maiden in the process. Jack Nelson had 5.3 overs, 1 maiden, and picked up 3 for 26. So all in all, it was a brilliant batting and bowling display by the England under 19, and they could go at the hotel later on and sit back, maybe cross the legs and say, well, we defeated the West Indies. We went under twice, but in this, the third match, we defeated them, and much more handsomely than the first 2 games, which were much closer.
Yeah, it was a strong bowling performance.
So let's go downstairs for the, sorry, Raphael, I need to cut you. Let's go downstairs for the post-match ceremony. Oh, they're not quite ready.
Making a point of a pretty strong bowling performance, and we saw the spin dominate. Now, one can probably ask, was it the right decision to field first? But at the end of the day, 249 is really is. I mean, bowling a team for 249, you have to say that you have done well. But I think the batting really that would have let them down. But all credit to the spinners. The bowling of Albert, I think, was really good and really made a major difference together with Ahmed.
Let's go downstairs and let's join Clyde John.
Okay, so welcome to the post-match presentation for this, the 3rd ODI. West Indies under 19 versus the England under 19, and I have here with me Mr. Dwayne Gill, the high-performance manager at Cricket West Indies, and he's going to present the man of the match to the player of the match today, Ralphie Albert. Ralphie doing a good job and scoring some 37 runs today of 31 balls and bowling 7 overs, 1 maiden, 24 runs, 3 wickets. So your player of the match for today, the 3rd ODI, Ralphie Albert. Back up to you, Stevenson and Raphael.
Yes, so Ralphie Albert, quite deservedly too, the player of the match. And the match has concluded much earlier today with England on the 19 winning by 130 runs. So that's the outcome of match number 3. The West Indies on the 19 still up 2 games to 1, but with England sneaking home a victory here well, not sneaking home, I think comprehensively beating the West Indies here. It sets up Rafael quickly a good rest of the series.
Yes, and I think it's really going to put the series in that sort of position. We would expect our players to really do of the best coming into the fourth game, which is really an important game for both teams.
So again, West Indies winning. England winning by 130 runs. This was a very good performance here by the Englishmen. And of course, the West Indies will have to go back to the drawing board and see what it is they did wrong, what they did right. And let's hope that match number 4 will be a much more competitive one. It was an absolute pleasure to bring you the live coverage here of this third match between West Indies under 19 and the English under 19. And we await match number 4 on behalf of the technical team here and our commentary team. Stevenson Worm, until next time.